All right, thank you, Aaron. Okay, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the team, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time to be here for our presentation. We are the Yellow Team, and my name is Kid. Together, we will be presenting our evaluation for Kindred Spirit Series Virtual Challenge 2020. Okay, our contents of the presentation are as follows. Okay, first off, we're going to talk about critical analysis of operational flow. All right, this is the 7th event run by Club Zoom due to the unforeseen circumstances of the pandemic. The event had to be conducted virtually. From the resources given to us, here are the evaluations of the critical analysis of operational flow. Okay, first off is lack of event awareness. The event had a good run. However, as the event was planned and executed within a short lead time, it contributed the lack of event awareness, promotion, and sponsorship communication. This resulted in a lack of participants rate and cost changes such as omitting the polite and uniform categories. Under visual event itinerary, on the final event broadcast, there wasn't a visual event itinerary. Examples shown here are the event itineraries for Roralang Marathon and Sundown Marathon. As with all events, the program may run over, but with an itinerary, it would provide a clearer understanding of the program agenda and what to expect for both participants and viewers. Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties are inevitable, especially for a virtual event. Some noticeable ones are the videos of participants went off during challenges for various categories, as per picture shown here is the kids categories. Next, participants' videos kept getting disabled by hosts, and background noises and conversations can be heard as the mic option was not put on mute by default. Oversight. During the Invitational International category, Chief Judge Ran did a great job by explaining and demonstrating the exercise to perform for the challenge. A participant on the top right, as you can see in the picture, did a cross hop instead of burpees and split. Participants was not notified of her mistakes, and a remark, "What is she doing?" could be heard over the mic. That led to her being judged unfairly. Last but not least is the improper instructions. During to the senior category, at the fitness segment where participants were supposed to dance along with the robot when their names pop up, no clear instructions were provided, which led to participants standing around waiting for directions, as host Vanessa's last instruction was, "So let's see the fitness showcase video," which was the incorrect instructions relayed and understood by participants. The correct instructions were only given halfway through the showcase video. Right, that's that for me, and I'll pass to Faida for the next one.
Okay, so for the next one, I'll be talking about the identification of priority population. So next slide, please. Okay, so our purpose and like the scope and everything is to encourage, overall is to overcome the adversity of COVID-19 virtually. So it's to encourage the community mobilization, the physical and mental well-being, and more active and participative lifestyle, and also to engage the community globally, as this is like worldwide basically, and it's to promote the healthy growth and also the social wellness. Okay, so and this is for like everyone from the age of 5 to 55 years and above, and it's online, so it's actually free and it's at your own at home so you don't have to find a new place to do the activity itself. And next. So for the data itself, actually for our evaluation, we get it from secondary data. It's from the videos and the statistics given from the team itself for us to evaluate. Okay, next. And I'll be touching on the BPS model. Next. Okay, so for the BPS biological, I think a lot of us stay at home during COVID-19 and for the safety, which lead to the points in the biological, such as being at home will result to more eating and not really exercising. But we do see those exercise and all online, but there's a reduced amount because you can't really go out to exercise. And also like eating habits, like unhealthy, like ordering those fast foods and everything like that. But also we see more people being more creative, making their own food, like those dalgona coffee and all, being creative and all. So there's pros and cons, I'd say. And for the psychological, we see that being at home a lot may not be so productive, which will result to stress, and then gaming or spending more time online, which might also lead to like other health issues such as mental obesity and diabetes. And also staying at home will reduce the face-to-face interaction, unless like you see only those people at home with you, but you can always do it online to like keep up with each other, online videos, and like the lifestyle and the culture will be different at home as well, which might also lead to health problems. Okay, so next. Here is how we prioritize the problems from the PPS model itself. Is that more important and more changeable? So we have social isolation and lack of physical activity, as it's very important to be healthy and physical, doing like exercises and all to keep fit. And also for less important, more changeable, we have like gaming, social medias, online or screen time, which might affect to like those myopia and everything for the younger kids. And more important, less changeable, we have the mental health issues and physical health issues. It's important, but we can't really change it as much, but we try ways to reduce it. And less important, which is less changeable, is also the environment and the lifestyle itself, surroundings. And next. So what we've identified is the main problem focus, which is health issues. So we have analyzed that for the predisposing factor is the knowledge to get exposure or understanding the health issues itself, and also the steps to take to improve their lifestyle, because some might not know ways to get help. And then to enable the factor is actually by having online platforms such as Zoom and like YouTube, or to have classes that they watch videos to promote healthy living so that they can get tips and the right steps to follow. And lastly, for reinforcing, of course, the people around you plays the most important part, because you're spending a lot of time with them. And so by having them to actually help you to be consistent and disciplined will help you to reduce the health issues. Okay, and next, to validate the needs, yes, we have like online events such as this one itself, to actually help them to be more aware, and also the continuous practice with family and people around them, because like especially this event, they are for all ages. So actually once they try out, even for the younger kids, they know what to do after that they can continue to practice. And then involve in healthy lifestyle and diet. So even when you're at home, try to find out ways to eat the healthy food or the right food that is for you. Yep, and that's all for me. And next I'll pass to Kai. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to all. I will be talking about administrative and legislative dimension and ROI. So under the administrative legislation, during COVID start, everyone's training position was plans were disrupted, but as they say, life gives you lemon, you make lemonade. So under the administrative, some people, the uploading and submitting of video may not be ideal for participants, as they may have trouble uploading depending on the participant network and video quality, or some of the participants may not know how to upload into the social media platform. Some participants may not be introduced on using the Google form. Participants may not know how to check their standing online, and the confirmation email to receive by the participant is quite long, about 12 hours. Next. So under the safe management measures, all event committee members would go through the temperature screening for the event's volunteers. Participants to ensure they are feeling well and hydrated. Participants are to ensure that they have enough space to start or work out, and ensure that the work area has no possible hazard. Under the PDPA, the club room track and field may collect or use disclose your personal data, providing in this form and any other forms that is registered in online. And the club Zoom may use the type of digital media, whether photographic, audio, or video in nature, to capture connection with the virtual workout, and regardless of the ownership of the capturing device or for its marketing and promotional purposes. Consent from parents for participants under 18 years old to use their image or audio for marketing purposes. Next. Under the critical analysis of logistics, the location for the event may not have enough space for the judges and organizing demonstration, as everyone is in the same area and may consider too much people and too less area for them to do their demonstration. So other the IT equipment such as laptop, projectors, and camera, they will need to test out before the event to check whether there is any problem with the videoing and the projector. Under the club Zoom platform, so this may cause more of a network problem on the good quality for video and voice streaming. For the screen demonstration is that they will have to set up an extra projector screen to play out the video for the judges during demonstration. Wi-Fi network is to get a good quality for the video streaming, but may not be a good effect for those global participants where due to on their side may not have a good network. And food and refreshment, I think the drinks get better drinks for sports drinks for the volunteers and organizers. Next, please. For manpower deployment, there were about 57 event committee and volunteers are out. The judgment role is to check result submission is accurate and meet requirements. Secondary roles for the judges is to send out EDM to staff and students. The volunteers consist of students from various institutions, as in they will need to take more responsibility of the project and tasks they are in charge of. For the assessment of the deployment, is it sufficient or not? It depends on how well were the volunteers equipped with information and their perseverance is running the event. As they were each comes in the voluntary deployment, either they did not turn up or they were unable to answer queries. Next, please. So under the ROI, we have cash sponsorship of total of about 2,530. So the expenses that they were used were under the cash sponsorship, that is 2009, and the balance and the profit from this event is about $520. There was a big margin in the profit due to the no charge fee of the participants in the registration. In other words, we should aim not just for the fun and help, but also to make an exclusive event yearly with a high profit earning could help to finance for the next upcoming event. Next, please. Under the risk managers, I will be passing on to Malvinder on this part. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, guys. So today I'm doing a risk assessment. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so basically there's 4 tables I choose. First is likelihood, severity, risk metrics, and risk level. So there's 4 tables I'll judge from the videos. So next. So my first risk is a demonstrator. So the picture indicates that it's a physical hazard where the person body is near the chair, near the pole, and when he jumps up to do the push-up jump jack, he might hit his head. So potential risk is that, and the physical hazard is that, and risk control is ensure that he must be at least 360 around, no space. I mean, like no bridge around him or any hazard that's caused around him, and enough headroom. So basically, it's like open space area. So my scoring for all the severity likelihood would be like minor, moderate, 2 to 3. So please, next slide. So this is also a physical hazard, which I'll read it as high. Personal reasons is because same position as how the guy is lying, where his head is near the wall, where one of my friends' scalp literally came out. So his skull is here and skin just keep flapping off. So he scrapes his head. So I'll put it as high. So physical hazard potential is scrape his skills, and his toes is near to the bench. So when he tries to lift off or whatever, his legs might come out and the bench might fall on him. So control is beside him on the left hand side, there's open space. He might perform his exercise right down there, or either he can find a bigger area or twist his body where his hands and both his hands are near the wall bench, which cause slight minor. So I'll rate this as a moderate severity, and my scoring I'll rate this as moderate. So my next slide, please. So these are some of the pictures of the physical hazard. where you can see kids putting their legs under the chair. The chair might just move, injured them. The USA lady is beside, she was performing her exercise beside the machines. The demonstrator video is near a wall. His head is above this, it's reaching the ceiling. And then the Nigerian lady is beside the couch. So next slide, please. So my second risk is economic risk. So basically, it's an improper technique for children who's doing the sit-ups. So for potential risk, it might cause muscle injury, ligament to the lower back. So to control this, at least they adopt supervision to support their feet or to prevent much lower back injury. Then for proper technique risk, make sure that your butt is near to the ankle, that is easier to lift off. I personally don't find sit-up as good as other exercises compared to crunches or whatsoever, because it causes much higher injuries to the spine and lower back. So I'll rate this as a minor, score level 2 and everything. So next slide, please. So I will rate my risk number 3 is psychological, because everyone is working hand in hand together to make this whole event smoothly. So because you can see people moving, you can see other people are sitting on chairs, there are demonstrators everywhere. So they are rushing for, because there's also a technical fault in it. So they are rushing for technical fault, they are rushing for communication. So potential risk is basically mental and physical stress, fatigue to them. One is people on laptop, one is doing on the performance. So my control is looking through the whole entire video. At best is at a fast internet or more people supporting them, like each person do one fault or something like that. So I'll rate this as minor and remote. So my next slide, please. So my fourth one is I'll put a biohazard, because as you can see, Coach Ren is his mask is down while someone is beside. So I'll read. I mean, no, because why I read this bio is because I've got COVID-19 during that period. So to prevent that, maybe Coach Ren could promote or do something like wear a face shield to prevent for the virus to move off. So basically, you can see one guy standing there. So potential hazard is spreading of COVID-19. So control, he can control measures. He can wear a mask, or he can do it where there's nobody around it. So I rate this as major. I rate it as level 4 and 5. So my next slide, please. So this slide is supposed to be first, but I'll put it as last because I'll talk about safety. Safety is basically when the video started, after the MP finished his speech, straight away we went into the performance. So what I think is best to, even though there's already a pre-event done, safety is done, I think every part of the thing that we must give is safety briefing. Like, are you all hydrated? Your temperature is lower 37 degrees. Have enough space. Don't follow the beat. Do it your own pace. Don't cause any injuries to yourself. Ensure that you are stretched out. Your muscle is loose. You're ready to perform. So next slide, please. Okay, so that's my slide. Thank you very much. I'll pass over to my next person. Thank you.
Hi, my name is JIAXING. Good morning. I'll be presenting process as impact evaluation. Next. Okay, what I find that this event is actually a very fruitful and eventful program to run. You see, it's the outreach program because we need to attend in terms of the rise of mental health issue in Singapore, especially during the COVID period. So this outreach program is to reach out from the young and to old and collect data to understand how are they feeling towards this whole entire period, especially even till now. So the process in terms of input wise, right, with Club Zoom standing in the front line to run this event is actually a very good initiative. So by consolidating organizers, volunteers, staff, volunteers, especially to actually come together to create this meaningful event, that's one of the most important support that we can make it happen. So basically one thing is of this is that this is purely going online for broadcast, usually using the Zoom platform and many other platforms. So we can see from this whole process, especially getting the guests of honor like Vikram Nair to actually stand in to support this event, this is so meaningful. Okay, and the activities is run into 5 sequences from the young, especially the kids, to the seniors. This is great, and especially getting the MCs like Tanisha and Karine to stand in where to process this whole entire program. That's so great. So with the chairman's speech coming in with coach, so the master coach, so that was actually good. But coming in towards the national anthem, this one is actually wonderful. Because one thing of that is that they instill the values and takeaway is that most important of all is that this whole entire program is to having fun and understanding that getting themselves physically active is very important towards this period. So with the guest of honor speech and starting this whole entire program, what we can see is that towards the positive way, this is actually one good way to actually create this meaningful event. So one thing of most important of all is that to consult information from all this entire program from the start to the end, to understanding what are the number of likes and share in terms of how they feel and the feedback from all these participants, to able to address the gist, the ingredients of exactly what we want to know about mental inclusion. So inclusivity is one of the key factors that we need to know. So by consolidating all this information towards the end, that's so important. So most important of all is in order for this whole entire program to run smoothly, Wi-Fi signal is so important. Because without the Wi-Fi, the whole entire program will not be able to proceed. So to this whole planning, I would say that there's always room for improvement. But most important of all is that the whole gist of it is in terms of preparation is so great because of the team that coming in to always address issues and conducting rehearsal and making sure that everyone is actually knowing what they're doing. Be it whether on the actual day they're able to execute, that's fine. But most important, they know exactly that the team is coming in to care, to show, and to tell, and exactly to make sure that everything is run smoothly in terms of the different order from the start to the end. Next slide, please. So most important of all is the participant was able to learn the active and the healthy lifestyle in terms of the fun way, so that not just this time, but every year, this whole entire program can be carried on every single year. So they actually take the most important takeaway is that they have they understand the values, the technique of the exercise, the values of carry on with them, whatever they have learned, the skill set for them to proceed on from this year to next year. And eventually, most important is to able to continue to stay motivated throughout this whole entire year, especially during the COVID period. And another thing takeaway is about the teamwork in Club Zone, especially the other organizers and volunteers here. You can see the whole thing to put the whole ingredient to create a whole masterpiece. It's just like a puzzle, putting everything into a very beautiful art piece. So this is the intention of bringing this whole entire team together. Attitude-wise, in terms of the polytechnics and ITE, they're so great. The energy in terms of the judges of 29 of them and even the volunteers coming together to create the whole entire event, just wonderful. Skill set-wise, in terms of the physical activity, especially the ability to perform the mobility and function, getting them to understand that the different technique of the movement. Okay, one thing for sure is that it's not easy because you can see that there are many different types of exercises that they need to do. So coordination-wise, in terms of different physical fitness, each individual are very different here. So we can understand from here. The behavior-wise, in terms of this whole entire program, the participants are very, they really like what they're doing. Can see that the enduring drive in terms of the energy is always there. Taking on their ownership and responsibility and mental discipline is very important from here. Let's move on next slide. So how well are this whole entire activity being carried out? That is the most important between the process and impact. The manpower from entire preparation, you can see the team like Tanisha, Aaron, Touch, Coach, and Ryan all come together to do all these meetings and making sure that everything is in order. Is very good. Marketing resources in terms of EDM, social media poster, radio CNA 938 with them is so great because this is the outreach of in terms of national wide, and especially doing roadshow during COVID could be a bit challenging because if the school can be certain time during that period could be a bit quiet. So mainly I think that the most important of all is to understand when is the canteen are open during that period, so that during that time where the crowd is high, you can actually conduct a very good roadshow from there. Lightbox in terms of opening video, demo video on TikTok website from all different platforms like Instagram, Facebook, that's wonderful. And especially an article on writing on this is very good. Equipment wise, in terms of that, is that the most important is actually the internet, the Wi-Fi signal, making sure that the microphones are in good condition. Training and rehearsal is so important, especially during few days of the day before the actual event, to make sure everything is in order and safety measures has been conducted and in compliance. and demo exercises by the coaches, making sure that all the instructions are all prepared nicely. Sponsorship is so important, especially talking about fundraising, because we need to understand this fundraising is about what? Having the budget to do more things, and likewise to able to create some social needs, social values. In terms of charity drive, it can be one which is able to create bring all different brands like the organizer, the sponsor, to help together to build a different experience. Like brand awareness is so important. Every single company like Club Zone and Voice Down to other different brands, they can come together to create a different type of consolidative effort in terms of brand awareness, promotions, and so forth. Dissemination of information and instruction of registration here in terms of informed consent is important, especially every single participant has a different physical fitness. So for them to endorse, to understand that this event is for what, and they need to be compliant to this, so that to protect the brand in terms of the event. Okay, and prize and e-certificate is actually a form of encouragement by the sponsors, organizer, to give it to the judges, to the volunteers, to whoever actually has won the award, and a certain sense of motivation from here. And that's it. Can I have the next slide, please? So the impact evaluation from here is that the participant has been briefed clearly on how to follow instruction. This is conducted by the team, and judges have been briefed on what to do in order to ensure fair play in judging. This is so important. And the online skill basically is to make sure that everything is in the Wi-Fi is actually in proper and stable. So participants are prepared for this event, taking ownership to ensure that they are physically and mentally ready for the event, pre and post. So basically before the event, they need to make sure that they are ready for all these things, that they have to be excited about it. Let's move on to the next one. So from skill set from here is that this is really not easy. You can see the info from the kids category to the open category, the tell show do by the demo trainers, for quadrant jump to jump squat to push up and V-up. These are not easy, but most important of all is that they learn as they go and they really enjoy it. Behavior-wise, that the participants are all actually very motivated, looking forward to the next spot, because this is a very meaningful event, I would say, from here. And volunteers are encouraged to sign up for different advanced judging certification conducted by Club Zone, so that they can get motivated and learn about different skill set along the way. Let's move on next one. So the input-wise, the manpower, the Tanisha and Korean did a good job for the entire program, especially the team, and quality of equipment-wise, as we mentioned, the Wi-Fi is very important, timely and well-informed instruction, clear and concise. Thank you so much. Next one. Next one. Okay, output-wise, the level of engagement is important. We need to understand that consider all this data from the attendance of participant, the accident, that is 0, number of participants who stay throughout the entire program to make sure that they are fully engaged, the evaluation form to collect information from their post-event survey given online, and especially to the prize presentation award, and the end of the day, even the group picture too. Next, move on, next one. So this is the most important in terms of the evaluation, where you consolidate all the information from here and understand and analyze from here. This information is provided by Aaron, so we have the raw data from here. Move on, next one. As you can see from this chart here, this is the chart that we need to understand in terms of mental wellness and health here. So this question here is going to pick up from the top 6 question that is most common here. Before the event, if a friend has a mental health issue, would I know what advice is to give them to get professional help? So if you can see from the age from 12 to 44 years old, these are all the raw data that's consolidated. And from 18 to 24 is actually most of the main bulk of data that has been consolidated from here. So you can see this chart from here, from 0, which is actually less agreed, to number 5, which is the mostly agreeable, and 2.5 is neutral. You can see from before this event here, mainly most of the contestants here are from neutral and below. Okay, let's move on.
1 minute left.
Okay, let's move on next one. So the post, you can see there's a rise in terms of the results here, because after the event, you can see this as an improvement in terms of here. Let's move on next one. So from this chart here, before this event, it's mainly neutral. The question here is that the main cause of mental health issue are usually lack of self-discipline. Okay, let's move on to the next one and see the difference from here. There's a rise in terms of the result. So after this event, this means that this whole entire event works very well, and the delivery is so good. There's a positive outcome from here. Let's move on to the next one. So this one is mentally ill people are strange and weird. From this feedback, you can see most of them are neutral and below, while actually got a huge group of them saying that they find that they are mentally problem here. Let's look at the after event. You can see the decrease on that mainly this is a good thing, because you can see there's a result from here. Let's move on next one again. Okay, From here, you can see, I know that I could convince them to get well, okay? From neutral to no, you can see most of them are neutral. Let's move on, next one. There'll be improvement from here, yes. So you can see most of them has more confidence in terms of convincing them to get well. Move on, next one again. Okay, I don't think there's any way that I can become mentally ill from people with them. You can see the result from here, that is most of them are neutral and below, and some actually felt that they have. Next move on, next one again. The result from here has an improvement. Okay, move on again, next one. This is actually a good question. It says the upset of someone with mental illness always sat next to me. Most of them actually they disagree. Move on again. And from here, the results gets even better. Okay, there are people that after event, they feel that there's an inclusiveness in terms of and they accept the diversity of people of different background and mental illness. Let's move on again. This is the result that we'll talk about rating of this activity. Most of them say very good. Okay, move on again, next one. Good results from here. Same thing, the events of that, there are people who say no, not really neutral, but mainly they say that they agree that the program and quality is good. Next one again. Another positive result from here. Let's move on to the next one again. Okay, this is actually version 2 from here, process objective here. The mainly most important of all, the takeaway here is about addressing mental well-being issue here, and attitude towards here is about positivity, motivation, and greed. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Thank you. Let's move on to Kit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we will look at the next part, which is suggestions for improvement. Okay, the first one is lead time. So it's to allocate a longer time frame for planning to execute and can be considered. A minimum duration of 6 months will give ample time to obtain sponsorships and create more awareness regarding the event, which will eventually retain, if not increase, the number of participants. For example, not overlooking messages sent via the TikTok and so on and so forth. Next is the promotion and sponsorship. The aim of the event is to encourage being physically active together in a community, locally and internationally. Apart from doing roadshows with local institutions to promote the events, roadshows can also be done with the community centers and RCs, which encourage community inclusivity. Okay, next one is the additional category and registration fee. Right, apart from different age groups and individual challenges, including a team or a family challenge category, or even best in action photo competition that we always see, could potentially increase the number of participants, social media promotions, and importantly, engagement. Right, for the future events, potential participants can be enticed with freebies such as event packs, lucky draws, or even include consolation prizes. With that said, we can maybe implement a small registration fee of between $5 to $10. Next one is logistics. Allocation of responsibilities, 2 hosts for final broadcast and 2 coaches for challenges. Through the evaluation, both participants and event organizers were actually unsure about who to go to during unexpected hiccups. Having a clear allocation of responsibilities for future events enables the team to have a steady flow of directions. For example, keeping everyone on track, a clear communication channels, and a balanced workload. The next point is having 2 hosts for the final broadcast and 2 coaches for the challenges. Having 2 hosts and hosting the event together from start to end could increase the level of professionalism. On top of that, one host can deliver, another can provide encouragement during the challenge. It goes the same way for 2 coaches. One is to explain and one to demonstrate. And while the challenge is going on, the coaches can look out for any mistakes and also flag the participants out. As mentioned from earlier, the participant who made a mistake was not advised accordingly. Next is pre-event. Prior to the actual event, judges and participants briefing should be held separately. Judges briefing should be focusing more on the judging criteria and also confirming their attendance on the day of the event. Also confirming their attendance of the event will enable us to not have any more hiccups of not having judges or inadequate numbers and so on and so forth. As for the participants briefing, it should be towards criteria such as confirming the category that is joining, ensure they know the exercise they will be performing for the challenge, and including checks of the area that participants will be executing the exercise. For example, ensuring the area is 2 meters by 2 meters and that they are not so near any hazardous points such as walls, pillars, or any form of sharp objects. The safety of the participants was the main risk factor noticed during the final event broadcast. And last but not least is the event durations. The final event broadcast could be held over a span of 2 days to ensure full participation. This could allow each category to have more challenges as well as having the opportunity to cast votes in show of support of one another. Apart from that, the demonstration of the exercise can be pre-recorded and played back on the event day. These videos can also show examples of improper techniques, and with that, it can prevent mistakes that could lead to injuries. Okay, these are the references that we use for the project evaluation, final broadcast, and also the AAR meeting minutes. And that's it for me and the team. So we are ready for your any Q&As.
Okay, thanks a lot, the yellow team. So we're now in the Q&A segment, and before we move to the Q&A segment, I would like to introduce all of the guests here from Club Zoom. So, okay, yes, you can keep that slide up there. Okay, first, let me see if I can find Coach Tan. Is Coach Tan here? Okay, Coach Tan, let me just spotlight you for a short while. Okay, first we have the founding president of Club Zoom Track and Field, Coach Tan. So Coach Tan, we are glad to have you here. Any words you would like to share with the audience out here?
Hello, good morning, everybody. So my name is Coach Tan here. I'm formerly also from RP as well. I was the sports lecturer from Diploma Sports Coaching. I had to apologize this morning. If you notice, I had to manage both sides because I got something very exciting to show you right now. See, you look at over here. Okay, so basically there is currently about another 40 bosses in the group chat right now. Okay, so yeah, that's while you guys are presenting the kindred spirit, all this, I'm pleased to share with you all these tauke, all the bosses here. They are also talking about kindred as well. You know, that's how amazing it is. So yeah, so I on behalf of Club Zoom, we really want to thank you for the contribution, and we want to welcome you to join our family. You know what I mean? This is the platform where you don't really need to pay anything, of course, a little bit of membership fee and stuff like that. But we are in the industry and we are very strong in the industry. We are constantly looking for coaches or looking for administrator who wants to join our family. And as you can see, there's so many tauke down here. So what it means is when you are contributing, it is the management role. People like us who are very passionate, volunteered. I want to make it very clear, we are volunteered. We want to expose you. We want to expose you. Sometimes you have to show a little bit of contribution via the club, you know, and then showcase yourself and then work your way up. Then after that, in the presence of all these tauke, right, in case you want to jump to another industry and stuff like that, this is the platform where Club Zoom can provide for you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Coach Tan. Very interesting and very exciting times ahead. And thanks so much for sharing about how Club Zoom is very well connected to the industry out there. And also how Kindred Spirit, which we did last year, is also a very groundbreaking event, which also, like what you have shared, is going to spin off into many different events that will benefit the community. So thanks a lot. Okay, I would like to also introduce a few other persons from Club Zoom who are here. But before that, let me see. Maybe is Peter here? Let me just check. Peter, are you here, Peter? Okay, never mind. Maybe I'll just introduce the other members of Club Zoom first, and then after that, then we will go into the Q&A. So first, let me just introduce Karine. Hi, Karine. So Karine's the very important person from Club Zoom. I heard HENG mention her name many times. Just to clarify, Karine was the host for the Zoom event, but not the MC. MC was Vanessa as well as Tanisha. But anyway, that's Karine here, very famous person. We'll hear from her later on, maybe when she asks some questions, right, to the others. So next, I would also like to introduce Juliana. Yeah, hi, Juliana. So that's Juliana out there. So if you have actually been looking at the advertisements, right, for the SAF, or is it the Navy? Sorry, for the Navy. The Navy.
SFVC with the volunteer corps, and I'm attached to the Navy.
Right. So she's a very familiar face. You will see her face everywhere. But if you look out for the ads and all the publicity for SAFVC, so Juliana is also in Club Zoom, a very important member over at Club Zoom, and she will also be addressing some of the questions later on. So we'll hear from you shortly. And next, I would also like to bring to your attention this gentleman here who was actually featured on some of your slides, Mr. Ren. So Ren is also a member of Club Zoom, and he was the chief judge for the Kindred Spirit Series virtual challenge last year. And he is also one of Singapore's best ultra runners, right? Right, Mr. Ren?
No, don't like this.
Yeah, but I mean that's a fact. So with that, right? We will also be organizing. So Club Zoom will be we'll be actually doing quite a number of other events, including a distance run event called the Water Run Series. So Ren is the meet manager, right, or meet director for the Water Run Series, which is an exciting event coming up. Okay. Let me see. Anyone else from Club Zoom here? Okay, sorry, Peter. Yeah, I see Peter here. So Peter, I also wanted to introduce you. I know I can't spotlight you, but I think Peter is here, Peter Huang. He is the Executive Director for Sports Lifestyle Initiatives, which is where we actually held the Kindred Spirit Series Virtual Challenge last year. And it was also where we held the NBFA sports model competition, which will be presented by the next team. So I think I have got all the Club Zoom members ready. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Ron, I will introduce you later. Yeah, you're a very important person for the red teams one. Okay, so maybe Club Zoom members, would you like to proceed with asking your questions? Maybe to anyone from the team. Yeah, it's okay. You can, don't worry, we can just proceed to ask anything. Yeah, Juliana, you want to start first?
Okay, I will direct this to Kate. Okay, you mentioned about okay, I'm more of a proactive rather than the reactive person. So you know that there was a wrong exercise that was done despite demo being done. So what could have caused that, and how do you think it can be prevented? Because if you were to correct the person on the spot, it may actually demoralize the person. Okay, so maybe Kate, maybe you can help me out, or you can explain on that.
Thank you, Juliana. Kate, over to you.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, so you know that when during the competition itself, there was one participant you mentioned about, I think the top right participant, where the person did the wrong exercise instead of the actual one, despite, you know, the demonstration being done. So how can we prevent that from happening again? And because I think I know you mentioned that you wanted two coaches, one to correct them on the spot, but correcting them as they were doing, sometimes they will not be listening to you. Sometimes, you know, you may demoralize them and just stop doing. So how can we prevent from having someone doing something, you know, that is wrong during the event itself?
All right, thank you for the question. I think for the day of the event itself, I think what it can be done was we stop the exercise itself altogether and just double check with everyone that they are doing the burpees and hop instead of just pointing out that particular person itself. So that can be done. So just like stop the exercise, make sure everyone's aware, or maybe just show the demonstration again that we would be doing that. So then we can go on and so for like restart again, rather than you only give them one chance Then since she already did it wrong, so I think in a way that she lost the criteria lah, and then she lost the challenge. So it was an unfair judge also for her. Because at the end day, because they are international participants, on their end, we might not know whether they have some technical difficulties or they can't hear, or because of the host disabled their videos, so they're not sure what they're doing. So I think from the get-go, before they go online, just check that, okay, just remind them they are going through this category, they're doing this challenge, and just keep reminding them before the actual day of the event, or just like 5-10 minutes before, just give them a final reminder about it.
Right, thanks, Kit. Okay, maybe I can just suggest, maybe you can just, because it's a set of 1 burpee and 1 more exercise, right? So probably ask them to show 1 set and just to be sure that they are doing the right thing, and then use, rather than start and end together. Yeah, so maybe just ask them to show 1 set, you know that they are on the right track, and after that you can start. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Juliana, and thanks, Kit, for the response to the question. Next, I'll move on to Karine. Karine, you have some questions?
Hi everyone. Okay, my question is regarding the risk assessment and management. So, what are the main types of injuries that may be encountered by kids and adults for such online competitions, and what can be done to mitigate this risk?
Thank you, Karine.
Your question is for the kids, is it? Is it the kids?
For these online competitions, so kids and adults, some of the type of injuries.
Okay, so basically for kids, we start with kids. Kids first, basically instead of doing push-ups, the position of the whole body, it's slouching the lower back. So basically when you are moving up, you're just compressing your spine and the mucus towards it when you're coming up. So basically instead of doing sit-ups, we can recommend doing crunches, which your spine is in a neutral position and it's easier to do it. Or maybe we can do leg raises. Then for other activities, like for burpees, instead of doing like a jump split with your 2 legs front and back, maybe you can just jump naturally. Because sometimes when you jump up and down, your legs split, and when you're coming down, you're descending. Some people will just miss a step and you just drop on their knees. Other activities, so far I don't see any difficulties in it. I don't see anything wrong, any injuries or any muscular injuries. I don't see anything wrong with it. So pretty much I think that much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. So maybe I'll just bring Ren on. So Ren, feel free to ask any questions to anyone in there.
Thanks, Aaron. About just now, the activity, I think for the jump split, if I'm not wrong, is for the elite. So the elite are supposed to know their strength. So that one, by right, is a tailored exercise. So shouldn't be a wrong exercise. That one should be correct. Okay. I will direct the question to the admin side first. Later, then I go to need analysis. You indicated that there may be some gaps in the manpower deployment. So, can elaborate on this and what you believe could be done before if this event was run again? Yep, for the one who presented administrative, legislative, or the team members can help him.
Hi. Yeah, for the manpower, the volunteers are much more with students, and doing event experience may not be there, or that's the first time of them doing event. And if some of them sign up, or they think that they are scared to do these judges on the day, then they might not turn up for the event because they're scared they might not do well in the judging, or they're one-sided. So it's good to get more of an experienced students who have done a few time event. And if there's too less, if the gap of the volunteer is too low, and there's a lot of judging that needs to be done, then they are doing more than one work to judge, and they may miss the judging of each participant workout.
Okay, maybe to correct you, the judges, the judges volunteers, actually we have pre-event training, and also we did the preliminaries with them. before the final day, so that they already have been judging some of the preliminary case, the number of participants before we zoom down to only this number that is on the actual day. And on the actual day wise, is actually a overlapping judging. So there was a few cases actually a minimum 2 judges to 1 participant. Yeah. So it's actually not 1 judges to 2 participants, not this way around. Okay. All right. So I'm looking at now the risk assessment. What is the most pertained health issue among the kids that has arisen during the COVID situation? How do you think this event may have addressed this need?
This one I think YUWAID'A has to address, right?
Yeah. Hi. Okay, so for that, right, I think during the COVID, a lot of kids been staying at home. So because due to the safety of themselves, so actually this might lead to let's say obesity, and also if they spend a lot of time mostly online, like watching videos, video gaming, you know, like especially kids these days spend a lot of time on social medias and all. So this actually might affect their eyesight as well, which might lead to myopia. So I think this activity, this event itself, how we actually help them is that, you know, it gives them the awareness of what they can actually do at home rather than just, you know, sitting around and not doing anything physical because they think they're just at home. Because usually kids, they tend to play when they're only outside, like at the playgrounds and stuff like that. And that way, actually, during the event, parents are also aware of what they can like create activities with the children to actually do together at home. So they can lead a, like, you know, like a balanced kind of lifestyle, even when they're just at home and not outside. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me see. Club Zoom track and field. You raised your hand. Yes. Oh, so that's Coach Tan. Yes, Coach Tan. Would you like to ask a question?
Okay, $1 million question open to the whole group. If we're going to host a virtual event, give me 3 ideas what we can host next. Based on this event, let's say we're going to redo it totally something else, but still have to do it virtual.
Okay, KHAIR, can I get you to lead this question since you are the team leader? Yeah, from Coach Tan.
Yeah. Okay, so basically, well, the first thing first is that this is a national outreach, and as I'm aware that the Club Zoom actually has a very wide reach out to even to Malaysia and so forth. So during this COVID period, I think it's an opportunity, especially the group of students that from Malaysia that came last in 2020 during the event from Malaysia. I think during this period actually is a very good time to actually reach out to all the students, even to other schools who has contacts with that, because Malaysia is actually a very big market too. So and they are our neighbors. So
okay, sorry, I need to reframe the question.
Yes.
What events will attract the community if we have to do it virtually? Assume November we are supposed to host another face-to-face. Let's say things didn't work out. I had to immediately switch to virtual event. What can we do next? The event, specifically the question is, what event attract the crowd? Yeah.
I would say
not
that
too much the audience. Yeah.
An event that everyone can do. An event that is simple. Like for example, like I would say like for example, a big event, which has been ongoing for many years, like Standard Chart Run. Okay. So you can do a quite national family run from kids club done by Club Zoom. And because the reach out for that is at the support of a mental health and every other areas.
I want to change again. It can be not running. It may not be running. I want something out of the box, not running. Yeah, just minus running, because running everybody is doing. But I'm trying to think out of the box. What can we do at home? At home, because the main bulk of the audience take into account 5 years old to 11 years old, and you're stuck at home. I know that it's a very challenging. Everyone is a bit feeling fatigued to do exercise at home, but I take the worst scenario. We are only stuck at home, cannot go outside. So what can we do at home?
The most popular event to do at home, right? That kids love it, especially you reach out to kids. Actually, it's something to do with TikTok. That's one of the area. So TikTok kids like to
TikTok,
dance. A simple dance
Okay.
step like what is actually created by the National Dance in Singapore right now. I think it's a
Okay.
very good event, but the club zones will come with something that is very unique, a dance
Mm.
that is for all, that which is simple to do, and something that's dynamic enough for them to have a great feel of the impact of the exercise. So I think that is a good one. Club zone dance. Come up with something like that.
Dance, possible to do dance with CrossFit or something like that?
CrossFit itself is actually not just body weight. No. CrossFit is actually a hybrid between body weight exercises and some catered exercises. So
Correct.
you want to have a range that is catered to all ages. It has to be just purely a body weight exercises, but it has to cater to something that is simple in terms of the tempo, in terms of rhythm of exercise. And the song of this choice of the music is very important because the song has to be something that's uniquely to Club Zoom. Something that people learn, people hear, people feel that, hey, I remember the song, the tune, the moment, the movement of that dance is a Club Zone dance. It has to be something that comes from that kind of product. Something that's Club Zone. It has to be uniquely from Club Zone. I would say that from here.
Okay,
dance
so
everyone can do, right? Run everyone can do. So
correct.
the idea here is that it has to be simplified. Something that everyone can do. That's the first thing. Not something that is
Correct.
no one knows what you're doing and what you're saying, and I have to
Agree.
think how to do it. That's not going to work.
Agree.
Yeah, especially with
I
social
hear
media
you.
right now, it's very easy to reach out to every single platform. So the most important, as long as you have budget, right, you can actually flush out the whole market in terms of doing Facebook, because Facebook is social media reaching out to worldwide. Your group of audience is actually throughout the whole entire world. But this time around, especially during COVID period, it's so important. Why? Because Malaysia is having a big problem right now. Especially the students that you guys have been supporting, you need to actually find out that who and how are they doing right now. So this is a good opportunity. You can say about Club Zone Cares. Club Zone Cares, because Club Zone Cares is going to reach out to the whole entire, not just Singapore, but even to Southeast Asia.
Yeah, you're right. We have friends from Australia, we have friends from Indonesia, we have friends from Thailand, Vietnam, and stuff like that. It's just we haven't do outreach to them yet.
Yes.
And they are watching us. They started their own program already.
So right now, this is an opportunity. Why? Because there's a problem right now that Malaysia is facing. And morale in terms of mental health issue is actually a big problem right now they're facing, even the students right now. So being right now, this is the right timing to do it, to reach out for them. Where there's crisis, there's always an opportunity.
Oh yeah, bingo. You just got the answer. Okay, very good. Yeah, that's what I also saw, that, I mean, that opportunity. Yeah. So you guys will be excited or not? Anyone want to join the family? Sell to you again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I think yellow team, right? I think we value your inputs, and thanks so much for answering the last question.
Yes.
You're welcome to also join in our events. Maybe later on we will give you more details of an upcoming event with Club Zoom that you're all invited to join as well, right? Okay. So
that's all from me.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot, Coach Tan, and thanks thanks to the yellow team. Okay, so red team, you can now proceed to share your presentation, and then we will proceed with yours. So I would like to invite Club Zoom Coach Tan, as well as Peter and the other Club Zoom members. You can also stay because you're also involved for this event. So thank you. And whenever you are ready, red team, you may proceed.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. This is red team. My name is Andy, and we are going to be, for the next 30 minutes, we're going to present on the program evaluation for the NBFA, National Bodybuilding Fitness Association. So we'll go through the standard stuff, critical analysis, and then needs analysis, so on, and end with improvement suggestions. So without wasting more time, I will pass it over to HAFIZ.
Okay.
HAFIZ?
Good morning to everyone. I'm HAFIZ. I'm one of the 5 members of the red team who will be covering the first and last portion of this presentation. So covering the critical analysis and operation flow of the NBFA sports event, I found the following observation. And the next slide, please. Okay, first, space constraints for participants of the event. Rooms are too much crowded and small. Second would be judges' room. I feel that it's underutilized. Therefore, should put participants in judges' rooms instead. Alternatively, the photo taking could be placed at the judges' side, so the judges can take a look at all the photos taken beforehand. Then the place designated for the prize presentation and prize distribution were also very small and too much crowded. Next slide, Andy. Okay, more requirements of manpower to set up and tear down an overall organization of the event. Moreover, one or two more can be loaned from each sub-organization. Basically, manpower can be bucked up. Then finalization of setups and confirmed manpower should be done at least days prior to the event. So once everything is ready, the ground is clear, then participants can come in. Then lastly will be lack of proper time management. Next. Okay, based off the table here, NBFA had things planned ahead of the event. So in September and October, they managed to cover quite the number of groundwork and settled the design of posters, website publicity, handling financial operations, launching campaigns, having Zoom sessions, appoint judging officials to launching the competition to push participants to register. Then in November, recruiting MCs to shortlisting finalists, having on-site filming to fine-tuning preparations for the final event itself. Okay, now I'll pass over to my teammate Mel.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I will be covering the priority population identification and needs assessment. Next, please. Okay, so what was being done was that 61 participant competitive bodybuilders have been training in high-level competition. We have a very wide range, which is from 18 to 64. So the needs of these population is that they need to participate in a professionally organized and endorsed sports competition, which is an official one. Next. So for the subgroups and greatest need will be athletes to have a platform to perform in a higher level competition. Audience, we have friends of athletes to show support, influencer to promote event and also sharing of mental health for positive impact on their followers. And as for the casual audiences, they are just purely enjoying bodybuilding sports. And as for the subgroups located graphically will be the athletes are at the Sports Lifestyle Initiative Center at Bukit Merah. And then friends of the athletes will show support from online platform. As for the influencer, they will be using social media platform, and also casual will be viewing from live streams. Next, please. So after all the evaluation, right, the needs for this event, from what I determine the purpose will be that there is not much, firstly is to promote bodybuilding and enhance physical health. Secondly is to create and promote awareness on mental health, but then it's very separated. I don't see a gap. I see a very big gap between it. So this is actually one of the weakness. I feel that it did not meet the needs of mental health. However, this can be breached by turning this into a strength, which this is the only bodybuilding competition that promote mental health. So what was given was that there is not much competition available during 2020. However, if you search online, right, in fact, there are a lot of bodybuilding competition. It's just even online, locally in Singapore or internationally. It's just that the main selling point of our competition would be mental health. Next, please. So the purpose of this will be the physical activity. Let's zoom out looking at the bigger picture. In fact, many competitions have been cancelled and postponed in 2020. For example, the Olympic 2020, YOG 2021, and also SEA Games 2021. So as a coach myself, right, in fact, we have a few very promising athletes that can fight for the YOG in 2021. But because of the postpone, right, they will be over the age of the YOG age range already. So if you look at it as a whole, right, in the whole sports event, we have already missed out, we have already lost a year. So as for the physical activity, people actually start to lead very sedentary lifestyle, and many health issue arises. For example, like obesity because circuit breaker, so overeating at home. And then also, if you look at the Straits Times news article, right, they have shown that daily routines have been drastically shifted. People unknowingly pick up bad habits, for example, like overeating, sleeping late. And lastly, going back to bodybuilding, in fact, for bodybuilding, there's a lot of schemas in this sport itself. So moving on to the right side of the table, you can look at the mental health. 61% out of 1,000 respondents have been socializing lesser and working more. 44% of them have reported that their social circles have shrunk. Then 20% are reported to be closer with their family members, which is something positive finally, because they are spending a lot of time at home. But then lastly, there are also 7% of them that reported that they are no longer close with their family. This is just based on Singapore. Next, please. Okay, so these are some of the schemas of bodybuilding and mental health. So I have a lot of friends, they are actually doing bodybuilding, they go for competition also. So sometimes I hear from them, if you look at these, when you look at mental health, right, people will always think of depression. But in fact, if you look on a bigger scale, depression starts from mental struggles, cognitive dissonance, or things that they cannot review. Sometimes people do not have the resources to go and resolve what they have faced as a problem. So during tough times, right, that's when people without proper guidance it's very hard for them to pull through because they might make the wrong choices. So that's lead me to explain the points. Firstly, if you look at the right, the low self-esteem on body image, many bodybuilders tend to take a protein shake and there's a lot of side effect from it. Then also eating disorder, not just bodybuilding. If you look at gymnastics, also they have a lot of such cases. Then next will be getting mocked for taking medicines to back up like steroids. Then sometimes if you look at the guys, in fact, they really train hard to back up themselves, but people will just, you take steroids to become bigger. These are actually unknowingly stress to a lot of them. Then loss of identity, which is the closest to the needs assessment of our event, will be no competition during 2020, lack of competition. And then also nearing retirement, that's when people will want to, of course, end their sporting career with a better ending. And also discrimination for bodybuilding. It's not an Olympic sport, so a lot of people say that, this is not real athletes. And also people categorize them under the narcissistic activities. And lastly, no life, because if you look at always they take photo on their social media, right? The food are always so plain and white and plain. Yeah, so these are some of the things that actually contributes to some of the mental struggles that bodybuilders face. Next. So in order to bridge this gap, right, and to meet both of the needs of bodybuilding and mental health, this is one of the ways that I think we can do, which is to participate in participants have to share challenges that they have faced through bodybuilding and how they overcome this challenge on social media platform before they go for the competition. So these are the two questions that, like, what challenges have you faced and how do you overcome? And then they have to post on it. So they have to complete 21 days of one chosen physical activities and then post it. So in fact, if you take a look at the two pictures, right, these I know these have been going on for many years. And I also, at first I thought it was quite lame, but then as I got arrowed from work, so we did this together as a whole group. And then I also, if you look at the right, that's my niece. So we do it together. From there, right, in fact, after the whole challenge, there are people personally messaging me to ask me if I want to go for these volunteers links that I was available from what I've shared on my social media. So I think from this, right, we can actually meet the needs of both category. Next, please. So for identified health problem will be decrease in physical activities, which is due to circuit breaker, lack of social interaction, also circuit breaker, then overeating, and also stress of losing of jobs because they cannot keep up with school or work. Next. And these are the calculated BPR model. Next. Okay, so for the risk factor, right, from biologically 18 to 64, the age range is too wide, so some may have pre-existing mental or physical health condition. Behavioral factors will be losing of identity to continue performing in their sports and also demotivated to keep fit since there is no competition. So for sociological wise, actual event allow them to generate social dynamics with competitors and also to connect with audiences. And also social media can actually connect to the like-minded people. Then as for the graph on the right, if you take a look, more important and more changeable will be no competition, lack of mental health awareness. The less important and more changeable will be lack of motivation to keep fit. And then the less changeable, more important will be mental health issue. And lastly, less important and less changeable is of course no program at all. Next. So these are the identified problem focus. The predisposing factors will be sedentary lifestyle, decrease in physical activity. Enabling will be closure of gyms, and reinforcing will be a sharing of physical activities with peers on social media to stay connected. Then for mental issues will be lack of social interaction, and then stress over work. Enabling will be interacting with family and friends virtually, and reinforcing will be actually encouraging games to do as a family at home will be good. Next, I'll pass on to Chitra. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Morning, everyone. I'm Chitra, and I'll be covering program administration, legislative dimensions, logistics and manpower, deployment and funding return of investment. Next slide. Documentation of program administration and legislative dimension. Now, we all know that circuit breaker started on 7 April till 4th of May, when COVID-19 positive cases began to increase. This meant that new regulations and restrictions were set into place to curb the transmissions, which the organizing committee had to constantly take note. Next slide. Subsequently, circuit breaker was extended till 1st of June. The event itself was planned for 28 November. The initial challenge was being able to meet physically to work out the layout plan for the event. So during CD, schools moved to home-based learning, and 4 main regulations are reiterated during the press release. This you can refer to the speaker's notes. Next slide. There was a set of enforcements that were laid out, and everyone had to adhere to it. Failing to follow this meant that one could face penalties, and this was covered under COVID-19 Temporary Measures Act 2020. Next slide. Apart from this, the organizing committee also had to abide by the regulations set by Sport Singapore when it came to sporting events. After circuit breaker ended, it was announced that the country will be opening in 3 phases, and that phase 2 in particular could go on for a few months. So the challenge here was committee had to keep track on the updating regulations by the different organizations to monitor the situation, and also be prepared to cancel the event if the pandemic got worse. Next slide. During phase 2, there was a constant reminder to reduce physical interaction and maintain safe distancing. Another constant regulation that was highlighted, that was the crowd management. So in the picture on the right, you can see that the safe distancing is captured. The non-competing finalists are located at the back under the tent with their masks on. However, you can also notice on the left of the background, there are also spectators. A suggestion to better manage this is to have a safe management officer or SMO to inform and route these audiences away accordingly. Next slide. Due to no live audiences due to phase 2 regulations by IMDA, it was to be filmed and broadcasted later via the Community to Campus Facebook page. So this meant that there could only be a certain number of personnel allowed on location. Next slide. Analysis of proposed logistics. Now, multiple holding rooms had to be set up to hold the male and female athletes, photographers, and judges separately. Besides that, 10 tables, 30 chairs, 1 sound system, 3 camera, 1 video camera plus microphone, and 1 backdrop was used to set up during the actual day of event. Next slide. The analysis of the actual event of logistics. Now, during the event, it was found that the allocation of space and rooms were not sufficient. Some of the rooms were underutilized. So it was also challenging to set up tents because not all areas were even, and the grass area also had a possible ant nest, and this was discussed during the after review. Next slide. Analysis of manpower deployment. Now, the event was conducted by the management and students from RP. There were no volunteers. And after the event, it was discussed that more manpower could have helped shorten the setup time. So 2 staffs were deployed at the entrance for temperature screening and bringing the participants and judges to their respective holding areas. 1 staff to manage the judges and another staff manage the participants. Next slide. Now, the last portion I'll be covering will be the ROI, or the written funding of investment, which refers to the performance measure of the efficiency or profitability of an investment. Now, income for this event was derived solely on the registration fees that was collected from each finalist. There were a total of 15 finalists, and each of them had to pay $20. Therefore, the total income derived from this event was $300. Next slide. Now we will now look at the incurred expenditures and the charges which were sponsored. So trophies for the main event, they came at a cost of a total $660. The venue charges, refreshments, logistic charges, now these were sponsored by SLI. The drug testing charges were covered by NBFA, so there was no charges for these. The master trainers also provided their services for free up till the day of the event. The judges did not also charge for their presence on the day of the event. The popularity contest prizes was sponsored by Vivo. So when we calculate the ROI, the total income, we deduct away the expenditure, there was a net loss of $360. So this could have been, okay, a suggestion in the future is if, let's say, not for COVID, there is a scope for better income to be gained by having more participants that leads to more finalists. So now I'll leave you to Ka, who will take you through risk management. Ka, over to you.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ka. Today I will be touching on the risk assessment. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, today I'll be using these 4 tables to tabulate the risk score. So the first table will be severity of injury and risk score. The second one will be likelihood of occurrence and the risk score. Third one will be risk metrics to determine the risk level. And the fourth one will be risk score for risk level, acceptability, and recommended actions. Next, please. Okay, I want to touch on the first risk that, on this. This will be a physical hazard. As you can see from this picture on the top left and right corner, see the backdrops of the photo studio. Okay, what I can see is that the backdrop pole may drop and hit the athlete's head if, let's say, it's not screwed tightly or secure. And my risk control will be to ensure the screw are tightened firmly. So in this case, the severity is quite minor and the likelihood is 1. And the overall score is 3. So is considered acceptable. Okay, next. Same for this one. Yeah, the second risk will be a physical hazard. You see the backdrop, right? There's not placed close to the wall, so it kind of create a hidden space between the wall and the backdrop. So if you see this athlete was doing a lunges demonstrating, and if, let's say, accident fall behind, it may cause her to hit the wall. So risk control will be the backdrop to be hung close to the wall. And this severity will be 2, and likely will be 3 for occasional, and it's considered a medium risk, so moderately acceptable. Okay, thanks. Okay, third one also will be a physical hazard. As you can see, the athlete is walking towards the backdrop, right? And this backdrop may just drop you accidentally if the athlete is stepping on the edge of the backdrop. So it's best to have a marking with red tape or something like a watch out sign to place near to there to warn the athletes. So the severity will be minor and is occasional. So the risk score for this will be 5 and is considered so-called moderately acceptable. Next. Okay, the risk now slippery runway. Hey, see from the screenshot, you can see this athlete was doing a catwalk, and it may get tripped over by making a catwalk turn. So make sure that the swimming pool is not wet. Okay, so best to place some marking near the edge of the swimming pool, or some wash out sign, or to slow, so that they can slow down. Or maybe allows the athlete to do a so-called the dry run to familiarize with the surrounding of this runway area. So the severity is minor and unlikely that it will happen. So risk of 1. So basically, this is considered low risk. So it's acceptable. Next risk, please. Risk number 5. You see, again, this is also a physical hazard. You can see from the picture itself, right? The surface of the swimming pool is very rough on the floor. So all the athletes for guys, especially they are topless, so not wearing t-shirt. So in the event they trip over, their body may get cut. So you see, so will not continue with their events. So the best to do a risk control is to touch on the tile scrubs before the event, or maybe switch to another location for catwalk. The severity is for this severity is minor, and it's likely will be 4. So in this case, it's a medium risk, so moderately acceptable. Next, please. Okay, again, go back the tents for it's a physical hazard as well. You see, the stability of the tents is very important for as used as a waiting area. So it may not sustain a strong wind. So in the event there's a strong wind, I think it's best that to evacuate the athletes from the tent. Okay, and this severity will be 3. Likelihood for this will be 1, unlikely, and it's quite low. But again, the risk is acceptable. Okay, next please. Risk number 7. Okay, physical hazard as well. You see the safety and the evacuation route for the prize presentation room. Okay, what I can see from the picture, there's only one door exit. So you need to have either change to a room with 2 doors or minimize the number of people inside. Only allow those who are required to be present at the prize presentations. Okay, the severity is minor and likelihood is 2. So in this case, it's considered low risk and is acceptable. Next. Okay, now comes to the new one will be a biological hazard. Failure to adhere to 1 meter social distancing. Okay, from the picture on the left, you see they are so kind of colored together while waiting. And on the picture on the right, you see when they are posting or flexing their muscle, it's not actually 1 meter away. So the potential risk is high chance of transmission of respiratory. So you have to ensure that they are always at least 1 meter social distance. And the severity is for this is major and likely will be 4. So in this case, the risk score 8 will be considered high risk and it's not acceptable. Next, please. Okay, again, this biological hazard, social distancing control. Athletes are not wearing masks while waiting. So we have to ensure they are wearing masks at all time and not crowded together in front of the tent. You can see it on the picture, there's one guy being circled, is waiting down there without a mask. And the severity for this case is major 4, likely risk score 4. So overall, you see, it's considered high risk and it's not acceptable. Now move to the next one. Thanks. Next, please. Okay, the last one, you see, from the picture itself, the room is very small for prize presentations. Okay. So potential risk will be a high chance of transmission of respiratory droplets. So the best is to change to a bigger room, or segregate the male or the female athletes, or as well as the judge, into a different room. Only allow those entering the room at the time of prize presentation. And the severity for this is risk score is 4, and likely will happen. So overall, it's a high risk, so it's not acceptable. Okay, can I move pass to my colleague, my team Farah, to touch on the process evaluations?
Okay, hi, hopefully you can hear me. My name is Farah and I'll proceed on with the process evaluation. Next, please. Okay, so firstly, we will talk about input and logistics. So the question is, how will you rate the quality of the venue and the equipment used? So mostly rated 4 to 5, stating that the logistic is smooth, it's all right. But there's also a major point where there's a low rating from the males. Possible reasons is that firstly, the space constraint, or maybe it's just not up to their standards. So next slide. Okay, we'll now talk about the personnels. Also, majority rate 4 to 5. They say that the personnel are friendly and helpful throughout the event. But also, a thing to point out is that may also need more personnel, as currently they only have one videographer, and if there's more, it could speed up the time of photo taking and interviews. But we have to also consider the financial issues as well. Next. So now we'll talk about the activities and the quality of the activities in the program that the participants has participated. Mostly rated 4 to 5, they feel that it's very meaningful to them and it's something new, they never done this before. And they are very thankful towards the organizers and they felt very happy. But one thing that they note is that waiting time for interview is too long and can be, they wish that it could be minimized to a shorter time. Next one. Okay, now we will talk about the output. As mentioned before, total number of participation is 61. And a positive output is that a participant made a donation to SEMH as she felt inspired after competing to help people with mental health. Also, there are a couple of participants who are vocal about mental health, saying that they want to use their platform to say that they support people with mental health and they want to raise awareness. Also, because of these actions, in 3 days, there was a boost of engagement, approximately around 5,000. And the participants also collected a decent amount of likes. All this means that people click and view the post, which sort of met their target as to raising awareness about mental health. And this event also enables them to feel like a influencer, feel like a public figure, as they have a platform to showcase their talent, but also a platform to raise awareness and talk about mental health. Because of all of this, IMH felt very heartened to see that not only the participants are taking part in the competition, but also taking the roles as advocates to voice out and talk about how important mental health is. And I will pass on to Andy to talk about impact evaluation.
Thank you, Farah. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'll be covering impact evaluation. So impact evaluation is an assessment on how the intervention affect the outcomes. So from the evaluation, we can determine if the objective of the event is met or what's missing. So the evaluation is actually done on 2 areas. First, the participants, including the competitors, are asked to fill in a survey pre and post event using questions from ATSMI. So responses to the statements are then based on a 5-point Likert scale. 1 will actually mean strongly disagree and 5 will mean strongly agree. So the diagram on the right actually shows a sample of the survey and the questions asked. And then the Wilcox sign rank test will be used to compare and to assess actually participate in the survey, including the competitors. And at the same time, we also explore the participants' social media to evaluate if any impact post-event. So first of all, let's look at the top 3 most significant. There's a significant shift for label avoidance in responses related questions. So LA3 and LA2 are shown as the top 2. They mainly address the respondent how they feel other people look at them if they have mental illness. So before the event, all these agree they won't be embarrassed to be diagnosed or don't think their friends will see them as weak. However, after the event, many doubt their pre-event answers, probably because of the negative views on mental illness. They are now actually not sure if they will be or not be embarrassed. So statistically, before the event, there's actually 0% who selected a 4 or a 5 scale. But after the event, we have 37% actually feel embarrassed if they are diagnosed with mental illness, and 24% actually agree they will be seen as weak. So why is this so? So throughout the broadcast, we find that there is not enough airtime allocated to send a direct message on mental wellness awareness. Most of the questions are more on the bodybuilding piece, and contestants are advocating audience to vote for them, to go to the gym, etc. The percentage shift in the wrong direction could be due to the negative views on mental illness not being corrected. The youth actually see this as a mark of shame, and this could be possibly due to the nature of our Asian culture, upbringing. On this slide, we share the top 3 questions which do not have a significant change. For WT5 and CT1, they are probably not in the scope of the event. Hence, there is no change in perception or agreement pre and post event. The 2 questions actually ask the respondents if they are able to tell if they are mentally ill or spot people that are mentally ill. But this portion of the knowledge isn't really shared during the event directly or indirectly. For SR2, the score is actually already very high, close to strongly agree. So nothing much to change. In fact, 100% of them actually give a 4 or a 5. That means actually everyone agree they will stand up for a student if he's being bullied for his mental illness. So this is actually positive and encouraging findings. So more events to promote mental health awareness will definitely help, and it's actually important for a mental healthy community. Next, we will evaluate the impact by measuring the changes in 3 areas: knowledge, attitude, and behavior. I will not be covering skills for this session due to there's not a lot of supporting evidence in the event, so it will just be the first 3. Attitude change. So attitude here refers to the thinking of feeling towards mental health literacy. We look at how the intervention impacts respondents' attitude. From the survey results, we actually more than 80% feel that they will not avoid people with mental illness. So this is encouraging, as this allows the mentally ill people to continue to live in the society without feeling different. How people look at them will impact their self-confidence and self-esteem. So support is very, very important here, because they need to know that they will never walk alone. Next is behavior change. Some of the contestants also exhibit behavior change. Through this event, they become more aware, and as what Farah mentioned earlier on, one of the participants, Lisa, shared that she will donate her prize money to Singapore Association of Mental Health. Another contestant, we actually continue to spread the message of mental health support to all her followers on Instagram. Last but not least, knowledge. So there's a quote saying knowledge is power. Knowledge here will refer to the facts and the information acquired through the intervention in the area of mental health literacy. We actually identified a few questions in the survey that determine how much the respondents know about mental health. Though not all are significant, but the general answers and responses are very positive. They are aware how to seek help. For example, in the last one, NCSSP1, more than 84% know what advice to give them to get professional help. So knowledge is important. There's actually just quoting from one of the research paper: improve knowledge about mental health and mental disorders, better awareness of how to seek help. It may actually promote early identification of mental disorders, improve the outcomes, and also increase the use of the health services. Hence, events like this continue to make its impact, definitely continue to make its impact to the community through knowledge sharing and awareness. Okay, that's all I have. So I'll pass to HAFIZ.
Okay. Now for the suggestion. Okay, Andy, next slide. Okay, the program at some extent tried to meet its intention on mental health literacy, reducing self and social stigma, and promoting mental health advocacy. Amongst its participants, however, I feel nothing is perfect and there are areas that can be improved on in multiple areas. Some of the suggestions include first, advertisement. Social media and publicity needs to be bottomed up, especially with reviews coming from past participants and past events. With that, it can help increase numbers of participation in the future, maybe meeting target numbers. Number 2, marketing strategies that will also bring in sponsors who can aid with financial aspects. There are many NGOs and philanthropists who work on the same cause, in this case, mental health. So it's advised to dive deep into research and engage with them. Then third would be training of people from the ground, on the ground, and the organization and the organizers, ensuring they understand the A to Z of the event or the competition off the back of their heads, so they can also step out of their job zone when need be. Next slide, Andy. Proper room space, movement and motion for participants to go from point A to point B and repeatedly is difficult. Finalization of setups, like I mentioned in the critical analysis, finalization of setups and confirmed manpower should be done days before, so participants can show up once the ground is clear and everything is ready. Awareness of mental health literacy wasn't very clear. Survey results were of the contrary than we intended. And location, and certain resources could be improved. Might as well have and all indoor location for catwalks, etc. Okay, next slide. Okay, references. Here are the list of references that the group have put out. And that's all. Here now come with the Q&A. Thank you, everyone.
Right, thank you. Okay, so thanks a lot to the RED team for your presentation. I would like to now introduce a few of the members in the audience. First, let me see if I can find, okay, where is, okay, maybe Ron, right? I'll introduce Ron first. Ron here is from intake 1, right? So, yes. Yeah, Ron was actually involved in the evaluation of the first, or rather I would say the NBFA event, which was a live event that was done with as part of his team. I think Ron was from yellow team, right? Right?
Yes,
so,
you're right.
Ron, I want to share a little bit about your experience in SDSSW and working with NBFA on the first event, as well as your own experience in bodybuilding and fitness and drug-free, and also the important message of drug-free bodybuilding. Yeah. So I'll leave you to share that. Thanks.
Yes, certainly. So good morning, everyone. In particular to the RED team. So you guys are doing exactly the same as what I did 2 years back. With regards to the my experience with NBFA, that was pretty good because at that time we have a live event. So prior to the live event, we have quite a number of preparations. Say 6 weeks prior to the event, I was even invited to see how the participants getting to their training and interview them on the nutrition, and as well as towards near to the event, they even have a posing workshop. So I attended the posing workshop with the ladies. So it was quite exciting and enriching. Myself, I did bodybuilding in my teens, so I do understand that due to the current pandemic and the closure of the gyms, so many bodybuilders or even fitness enthusiasts like me, we are deprived of going to the gym. But of course, if you are mentally strong, okay, you have strong mental toughness. Basically, you can improvise even if the gym is closed. You can do like 100 push-ups per day or 200 burpees, just to keep yourself fit. At the same time, I think what I see for this presentation was because NBFA, the main objective is to promote drug-free bodybuilding. So I did not really see that message in your slides. So maybe perhaps you can explain to me, while doing the needs assessment in your health promotion program, what sort of data you have collected, and how do you arrive to your needs assessment, in your initial few slides that you have presented to me.
Thanks a lot. So this question will be posed to Hafiz as well as Melanie, right? So both Hafiz and Melanie, you can address Ron's question. That's your first question, right, Ron? You have another question that you want to also ask first? Then maybe we can also get them.
Okay. Another question was on the process evaluation. So in any health promotion program, I think if you are using the precede and proceed model, process evaluation is very important. Why? Because you have to collect either feedbacks through surveys or through interviews on your participants, as well as the spectators or members of public, to get all these feedback on data collected and how are you going to improve the event in the future. So I saw a lot of data. To me, I think the mental health issue is important, but I think what I want to see is regarding the events. I think I need more information on the feedback from the participants themselves, as well as the spectators, or even your virtual spectators or members of public, on how they feel about this health promotion event.
Okay, thanks, Ron. So this second question, right, is directed to FARAHDINA. So maybe I could invite the three of you to address the questions posed by Ron. So thanks so much, Ron.
Thank you.
So as for the needs assessment, right, the anti-doping one, which is actually one of the main highlight, and that was why I put in at the first few slides that it's an endorsed and official event, which caters to shows that it's actually anti-doping. Yeah. So does that answer your question, or?
So how do you promote this anti-doping?
Promote anti-doping.
How do you promote?
Yeah, so how do you think the NBFA also could have perhaps helped to make that message as well stronger in this event? Because while mental health is important, anti-doping is also another key feature, right, of natural bodybuilding. So what's your thoughts on this?
To me, anti-doping is definitely very important because it promotes fair play within a competition. And then also this, but from what we know about bodybuilding is that why this sports was being taken down was because there is it's very hard to test out the anti-doping part of it. Yeah, so I think for bodybuilders, there are a lot of things that can be done. So for example, they can do the WEIDA's modules, and from the modules they have to show the cert, and also they have to show a prior knowledge of anti-doping instead before they participate in it.
Maybe I can just add on to what Mel said very quickly. So there's an interview segment for each participant. If we want to really share anti-doping with the audience, right? One of the things is, I think the host or the MC or the questions that he's going to ask the participants is important. So we can have questions like, instead of, we can ask them like, what do you think about taking drugs or anti-doping? Then through that, right, they can share their views, and then audience can listen and understand and have some knowledge on that.
Apart from that, I think what they can do on the sharing of social media will be, perhaps they can share a recipe of like a one-day meal of what they have actually consumed, so that people will know that, oh, these are actually from natural food instead of medicine or steroids kind of thing. So in a way, you are using social media as a platform also to promote.
To add on to Mel and Andy's part, especially with regards to anti-doping, what I feel could have been done was, like mentioned, regarding the WADA part, to ask about the anti-doping and what they know about it. And not only that, but rather than putting the main focus on mental health, could have just equally divided it, so you can focus on mental health primarily, and also about drug-free bodybuilding.
Yeah, actually, come to think of it, like the backdrop, right? I mean, this one is a marketing thing. So if anti-doping is a key message, then the backdrop, instead of plain black, just have some slogan there, say no to drugs, or some logos there. I think subconsciously, although it's at the backdrop, but people, when they see, then they kind of register in the mind. And then if they want to find out more, maybe have a QR code link them to, like what Mel has said, some free courses that people who are interested can go and learn more and take.
Yes, correct. Sorry, to add on to Andy's part, yes, the drug-free campaign that was also established in schools, I feel NBFA could also hire them or work with them to bring up about the topic. So, you know, it could help deliver the message about anti-doping and stuff.
Thanks a lot for your responses. Next, I would like to invite Juliana. So Juliana, I believe you have a few questions for the for the red team. So could I invite you to just pose your questions, please? Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I understand that it's kind of difficult to link bodybuilding with mental health awareness, and I think it was also covered just now in the last few slides that the awareness of mental health literacy wasn't very clear, and the survey results were of contrary rather than intended. So, do you think that do you think that it's good that we should have bodybuilding competition and link it again with mental health awareness, or you think that you should do it separately, so just focus on bodybuilding and maybe other messages rather than mental health awareness?
Yeah, I think we should definitely separate mental health with bodybuilding, because mental health is a very big topic, and I think like a closer message that we could link bodybuilding is with anti-doping. We can make anti-doping a bigger picture than mental health, because as from the survey and result, mental health is not something everyone knows at the back of their hand compared to bodybuilding, where bodybuilding to link more, because they get stereotypes say that, oh, this one body big confirm take steroid one. So that will have a stronger message, stronger impact to raise awareness that bodybuilders don't take drugs to enhance, they work for it. So the mental health part is not covered fully in the event itself. It's just as much as the tip of the iceberg to just raise awareness, because as the results show, it's very contrary, because to me mental health issue is a very big part to it.
I would like to, Andy, I would like to add to FARAHDINA's point. Yeah, it's good to actually link this sports event to more towards anti-doping than mental health, because you can see the obvious relation between doping and steroids and stuff relating to bodybuilding. Mental health sort of diverts it away from the main point. I mean, this is just my 2 cents.
Yeah, actually, I just want to also add on. There's two groups of audience: the participants themselves and then the audience. So the participants themselves, if as an athlete, whether in whichever sport, because of pandemic, we cannot join competition, then there's this inner self of us that wants to kind of like release it. So having a virtual competition, I think it helps the participants in a way, mentally, but for the audience, right, like what my teammates have said, the message of mental health to the audience, I don't think it gets through, because as an audience, all I see is them as posing, but there wasn't that mental health piece. But the anti-doping or the drug part would probably be a easier way to get it across. So in a way, to answer back the question, right? I mean, if we really want to link them together, I think the marketing message or the key message needs to be clearer. Like we can still do anti-drug, but indirectly, mental health piece will still benefit the participants more than the audience.
Yeah, unless like you work with, like one of the collaborators is IMH, to have like a workshop regarding mental health, how it can link back to bodybuilding, then that will be stronger. But mostly we think that it should be linked to anti-doping instead.
Noted. Thanks so much. Chitra, you wanted to say something? You want to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Okay, 2 participants. Chitra, you raise your hand.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel that it can be linked together.
Sorry, a bit soft.
Chitra, cannot hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I hope this is clearer. So my opinion is that it can be linked together, being mental health.
Sorry, Chitra, you want to adjust your mic a bit? We cannot hear you.
Is this better?
No, it's not. Okay, in the meantime, right, maybe Chitra, you have to adjust your mic a bit. I think Ron, you wanted to say something. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So perhaps maybe I can add some more points. In my opinion, bodybuilding and mental health are closely related. Okay, perhaps in terms of mental health, probably I think in my opinion, you should actually measure the mental toughness of the athletes. Okay, I think mental health is a very broad spectrum, but if you can narrow down to the athlete's mind, I think the amount of mental toughness, especially in these times, you should probably do that. Yeah, there are quite a number of tools available, so you may want to choose one or two, and then if you want to carry on this health promotion program, you should actually do the mental toughness test on these athletes perhaps every quarter, so that you can actually see the score, in a particular duration.
Thanks a lot, Ron. That's a very important point that you've brought up. And I think mental toughness is something that you guys will learn, I think, over at the SUSS segment, right? Right, Ron? Yeah, and also grit. You'll be covering grit in lesson 14. So grit is another measure that we can also apply. So yeah, that's good points.
I'm using grit also.
Yeah, grit, yeah, correct. So
very good too.
Ron knows grit very well. He included that in his final report, CWF report, and he did very well. I think, Ron, you were the highest scoring. In fact, by the way, everyone, just to let you know, Ron is the top student for the intake 1 for SDSSW. So great job, Ron. Thanks so much. Chitra, is your mic okay?
Are you able to hear me now?
Still very soft,
No, I cannot hear you.
Chitra, maybe you type your message, you type your question into the chat, then we will raise it up. Melanie, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I feel it shouldn't, we should actually continue with a mental health together with bodybuilding. It's just that the event that was being done, right, is very separated. And that was why I mentioned that it has to be put together. And like mental toughness can be included, but there are also shortcomings of grit tests. So that one we need to look into it also. It's not like a perfect thing. And also by using grit tests, how can we promote it together with bodybuilding? And in fact, for mental health, what I included was also the example of how they overcome it. Because most probably what these athletes have this bodybuilder have felt before this mental health, right, will probably be what everyone else have faced. And that was why showing how they overcome it will promote this in mental health is not an end of everything. It can be recovered, it can be changed in the shift of our mindset. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Melanie. Okay, while Chitra is typing a question in, Ren, you have some questions for the two RAID team members who presented on the admin side as well as the risk assessment, right? So please go ahead, Ren.
Okay, I think Chitra will be having problem first, right? So I will ask on risk assessment. So now there's a few items that was brought up. Mainly, I would zero in on the location-wise and the so-called backdrop. The backdrop, how what exactly the solution would you suggest on the backdrop to replace it so that it can reduce the risk that you have mentioned? Bear in mind, I will point out what is happening. The backdrop that you see, the metal, is actually the frame of the backdrop, which is all the way flush to the wall already. And what you have on the black color is actually cloth type material, which is so-called put over the frame and slide down. So that whole cloth material is actually fixed there. So it is not that the frame is already fixed more or less to the wall, to the back of the wall, which is flush. So there's I remember very well because I'm doing the logistics setup over there. Right? This is one. Second thing, on the pool, okay, the pool is actually when we place for the event, is actually no one using the pool. That's why it's actually dry. It's not a wet floor. And all the pool side, the walkway is already being rehearsed, where they go, which corner they supposed to turn to, even what they planned, the participant, what they plan to do for the so-called their catwalk has already been rehearsed, so that they really submit the plan, the cameraman know where to shoot, know where they are going, and such that they won't miss out any point that they are going for, especially it is a time catwalk. It's not you own self do until you like, then you come back. No, it's a time catwalk. So they must know the time to which point they are walking. So that space is actually dry. On the suggestion on the pool floor, please bear in mind it is a facility. So if there's a need to do the facility, where does the so-called funding come from? Yeah, please answer these few questions. Thank you.
Right, Carl, you can.
Okay, let me recall the first question regarding the backdrop. Because from the video itself, I saw is because it's quite far away, the pole. So what I can think of is that my solution is move closer to the wall so that there's no gap. That's what I can think of.
The frame is already flush to the wall. Everything to the wall already.
But still a gap, no? I saw in the picture, I saw there's a distance away. I believe
it's actually maybe 20 cm away, because that's the base of the frame, so that the frame won't fall. It's the base of the frame.
That's why I say it's a chances that there's a gap, right? People who cannot see, there's hidden, you can just step on it and things will just force the thing drop.
They can't step on it because it's already flush the wall. They are not coming from the back of the frame.
Yeah, I mean towards where they are going, walking towards the backdrop. It's the black so-called background is black, so people may not know there's still it's like a wall. So the hidden space maybe how many centimeter away, but people might still step onto the edge. That's why I say if under this edge, right, they have some marking, that would be better. You know what I mean?
Noted, Carl. So maybe you want to address the other questions. Yeah.
And the other question is about the swimming pool. I say dry, right? I can understand that because but we cannot foresee that maybe the past 3-4 days before the event there's still heavy rains. And it happened that the day itself is, it's a sunny day, but let's hope that the floor is still dry. I only can foresee that. So other than that, you say that no one will be using the in the swimming pool, so it should be quite dry for the athlete to walk around. Okay. And because what I feel concerned is that I see the way the athletes are doing some fancy move. So this thing, like accident may still happen, even though they may have rehearsal before. That's my concern. Because I watch the video again and again, they're doing a lot of spin, whatever, So, I mean the turning. So something that accident may still happen. So I believe along the edge was some marking. It's a visual kind of warning to the athletes so that they are still aware of the surrounding rather than just do a catwalk and get carried away without knowing all this and just fall into the swimming pool, and it's very embarrassing as an athlete. That's my stand. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. So Carl, maybe you want to address the third question about the funding for some changes that you have suggested to the flooring and so on. So maybe with the changes that you requested, right, do you think that it is justified?
As you see, I mean you're referring to the tiles, the grouts, right? Okay. Yeah, because ideally for this bodybuilding, right, you see all are not say naked, topless. So I don't think it's advisable to conduct in this place where it's not as smooth as those hall platform. So if possible, we restrict to maybe like indoor whereby the surface are not so rough. This is what I can think of. But in terms of, they say, what is it, funding, something like
that? Yes. Because when you suggest something, you must consider whether there's funding that can be done on that item, and this is more of a non-profit event.
Non-profit. So that's why I say if it factor in the cost itself, and we have limited funding, then my suggestion will be moving to a place whereby maybe I believe I don't know if the canteen, because I'm not familiar with the environment. Is there a canteen whereby bigger space to conduct this rather than in the swimming pool? Because swimming pool usually the floor is contact with water, so the gloves definitely will be I don't know, call it deeper, so you will create a rough surface for people to walk around. This is my suggestion because we don't have this funding to or luxury of having in the room whereby the hall to conduct this. So that's what I can think of as a workaround.
Okay, sure. Thanks a lot. Your suggestions are well noted, and we appreciate the whole of the red teams. Very valuable inputs. So, like what Karine has mentioned, thanks so much for helping us to address our blind spots, right? Which will be very important. And also, we would like to invite you to just join us in our upcoming events, and I'm sure your inputs will be very valuable. Okay, so Kirstine wants to come in, okay, but maybe I'll ask her to come in the next one. Yeah, so I think now can we invite the blue team to, blue team, yes, Melanie, correct, grid is something that we will be covering very shortly in lesson 14, right? So let's look forward to that.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, okay, maybe Andy, I will stop your sharing so that Hafiz can take over. Okay, let's go, Hafiz.
Okay, hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, yeah.
It's a black screen. Yeah.
I'll try to turn on. Okay, got it. Okay. Hope you can see and hear me now.
All right, let's go.
Okay. As you can see, although the theme of our presentation is very orangey, but I'm on behalf we are the blue team. We would like to present to you on the Bagan virtual race. So just before I hand over to my next teammate, I'll just go through the content quickly. We are going to analyze on the program, and the next one followed by linking it to the needs assessment process, administrative and legislative dimensions, critical analysis of logistics and manpower deployment and funding, move on to risk assessment and management, and process impact evaluation, and lastly, suggestion for improvement. So from there, I'll pass it on to my next teammate to continue with the presentation. Okay, NIRMAL, you there, NIRMAL?
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, everyone. So I'm talking about the Bagan Race 2020. So it was organized by REI Group. It was a virtual race that was aimed at celebrating friendship between athletes from the 3 participating countries, namely Singapore, Myanmar, and China. So this event was conducted with mental health awareness as its underlying theme in support of the Beyond the Label campaign. So the live stream also featured final. The live stream final also featured athletes from various countries competing for the coveted podium spot in 5.5, 7, and 30 km race category. Next. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the operational process flow. Identify 8 steps in the operational process flow. So the first step, race registration and payment through PayTix. Step 2, race updates and instructions from race organizers. Step 3, downloading Strava and joining Bagan Race Club on Strava. Step 4, pre-race event surveys. Step 5, race completion and submission of deliverables. Step 6, post-race surveys, post-race event surveys. Step 7, selection of top 3 runners from each race category. And lastly, step 8, broadcast of race finals on Facebook. Next. So interventions. Next. Risk factors, so mainly identify 2, biological and psychological. Biological, namely the age. Most health habits become a practice as you age older, and thus correcting them at the earliest of stage is crucial. So psychological, due to the lack of motivation to exercise during the pandemic period. Next. So desired program outcome. So awareness in the area of mental health through a fun run among youth and elite athletes. Knowledge in the areas of importance of mental well-being at a young age. Skills, improve on their cardiovascular and running fundamentals. Lastly, physical environment, change in running location, making it a fun race. Next. Preventive levels. So we identify primary and secondary. So primary, targeting individuals who may be at risk suffering from mental health but have yet to develop such conditions. So participants are generally youth or young adults. It's much easier to change their health behaviors. Secondary, targeting individuals who may have mental health issues but have yet to be diagnosed with such health conditions. Next. Pass over to my next presenter, Vivian.
Hi, good morning. Vivian here. Yeah, doing the needs assessment. So our main audience will be our youth and from recreation to elite athletes. And one of the needs that we will cover will be physical wellness, mental wellness, and social wellness. And some of the subgroups that will be involved indirectly and directly, our partnering organization, our athletes and their family and friends, volunteers and all the people that we invited, the celebrities and all their followers will be sort of able to see this platform and our audience, online audience. Okay, next slide, please. So the purpose and scope, we'll be using this platform, this virtual run platform to promote the mental wellness, okay? And also at the same time, we'll be celebrating the international friendship with Myanmar by allowing the athlete to actually create their own route, showcase their countries. And then for the social wellness side, we will be there will be an increase of awareness when we are promoting this event. Okay, next slide, please. So okay, so how do I gather information? It will be via the primary data and secondary data. Next slide. Okay, this is a pre-COVID survey done. Okay, it has shown that there's an increase of people exercising more in 2018. People spending more time on doing their physical exercise. Okay, next slide, please. And then there's an age range of 20 to 29 actually prefer jogging as their physical activities. Next slide, please. So these are events done before COVID. So we can see that there is an large percentage of people actually join events. At least 60% of the runners at least join 4 events before COVID. And then for Singapore itself, okay, at least 40% of the runners actually join 3 or fewer events. And then the favorite distance covered is from about 5 km to half marathon. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so during COVID, there's also research done that says that 1 in 2 actually felt less motivated to do activities that they normally enjoy. And at the age of 18 to 34, actually presented as the most valuable group suffer from mental disorder. And then there also in research shows that there is an increase on there's an increase of death for suicidal, okay, from the age of 10 to 29. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the information and data drawn by research. So it has shown that about 56.2% at the age of 18 to 24 actually suffer from anxiety and depressive disorder during the pandemic. And then there's an increase of people from 2019 compared to 2021, okay, pre-COVID and then after COVID. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is another research done, okay, that there is an increase of screen time before COVID and during COVID, during circuit breaker time. There's an increase of screen time. In 2020 April is the circuit breaker. So you can see there's a spike of increase on screen time. And then there is less social interactive in April 2020 also, because most of us will be staying at home. Yeah, and then next slide, please. Okay, so at the same time, most of people believe that regular exercise actually have positive impact on mental health. So, so this event will come in handy because we are promoting virtual run, and then we are also trying to improve their mental health indirectly. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so the 4 major health problems will be mental wellness, obesity, and then health diseases, and also the addiction. People might be gaming or TB. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, then using the DPR model, okay, we have calculated. So the highest will go to the mental wellness, poor mental wellness. So it's at a score of 59. Next slide, please. So then we'll be doing the risk factor leading to the health problem using the PBS model. So these are some of the factors that we have come up with. So for the biological, it will be poor mental existing mental condition. It might be because the age group is they might have pre-existing diseases, and then obesity. There might be some family genes. And then for the physiological will be stress, eating disorder, depression. And then sociological will be social interaction will be restricted, and then travel restriction. And then the physical inactivity will be also a restriction. Okay, next slide, please. And then the most important and more changeable will be the physical inactivity and restriction on social interaction. The most important and less changeable will be mental health issue because of the mindset of people. So we want to push this, but at the same time, we want to do it indirectly to allow people to digest the information and also think about it during this event. Okay, next slide, please. So this is to identify the problem. So the physical inactivity, sedentary lifestyle, and then there will be a decrease in physical activity. And then the enabling factor will be access to virtual exercise event. And then the reinforcement will be family and friends will be able to join this event virtually instead of face-to-face. And then the mental health issue will be they have lack of skills to cope. And then there will be, if we are able to provide this platform of access to online resources, then there will be an enabling factor. And then reinforcement factor will be again family support at the same time. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, at the end of the whole needs assessment, we actually need someone to reconduct and reassess the whole thing with us, whether we are heading to the correct direction. So it will be good if we have a focus group that we can discuss with, and then seeking opinion from another party. Yeah, that's it for my presentation. For this segment, the presenter has decided to back up, so we are not presenting this. So we will move on to the risk management. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hadi. I will be covering the risk management for the bagan race. Next slide, please. So for the bagan race, we'll be focusing on four hazards in the race itself. So we'll be using the severity score on the table on the left side. Then after that, we also use the likelihood score, which is on the right side. Then we'll tally the score. Next slide, please. We'll tally the score on the risk matrix. Then from there, we will determine the risk level acceptability. Okay, next slide. Okay, first, the physical hazard will be the timing of when the participants decide to perform the run outdoors. So the consequences would be if the participants were to perform the run from, let's say, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., it may lead to the participants suffering from heat injuries. So the recommended risk control measure would be let the participant know that the health hazard of doing as such will be very high, basically. So maybe we could ask the organizer to create a video or an e-brochure to give details on when is the appropriate time to do the run outdoors. So for this likelihood score, we put 3 because basically there's no restriction on what time the participants can do the run. So the severity would be 3 or so. So we put on the risk matrix score, it will be a 9. So it will be medium risk. Okay, next slide. So this will be an example of an e-brochure to let the participant know the hazards for the run at a certain timing. Next slide. Next would be impact hazard. So some participants will decide to do the run indoors, be at home or at gym. So participants could be injured performing the run, for example, on the treadmill, if they do not perform it in a safe manner. So it could be like maybe the speed of the treadmill will be too fast, which would lead them to fall off the treadmill. So the recommended risk control measure will be inform the participant on how to use the treadmill the proper way. Okay, for the likelihood score will be 2 because let's say not all the participants would be facing this issue lah. Then next also the severity score will be 2 also. So to put on the risk matrix score will be 4. So it will be medium risk. Okay, next slide. This is also another example of how the organizer can like so-called educate the participant on how to use a treadmill properly. Okay, next slide. So for next is ergonomic hazard. So it could be improper technique of running from the participant. So participants could easily get injured if they are not well equipped with the knowledge of proper running techniques. So again, recommended risk control measures could be send a video of a professional runner explaining on how to perform a run without injuring yourself. Maybe example, proper running stance and a breathing technique. So the likelihood would be 3 because this event anyone could join. So some of them may be a first-time runner. Then severity score would be minor. So for the risk score would be 6, and it will be medium risk. Next slide. Again, another example of how we can educate the participant on how to run properly. Next slide. So for psychosocial hazard, it will be during the broadcast, viewers could leave like inappropriate remarks about the participants. So the consequence could be participants could be badly affected by the remarks left by the reviews. Then recommended risk control measure would be if the viewer wanted to, for example, if the viewer want to leave a comment, they can't do it anonymously. They have to sign into their social media account. So table of likelihood score would be rare because there could be like 1 or 2, not all of them. Then table of severity score will be 2. So if you put 2 under the risk matrix score will be 2, which is low risk. Okay. Okay, I'll pass to my next image.
Okay. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Hi, I'm Shazana. I'll be covering process evaluation and its tools. Next, please. So for process evaluation, it's a process where it highlights the program's strengths and weaknesses for improvement. Measuring the input, activities, and outputs is like collecting data. Making sure the program is being implemented as planned, to see effectiveness of administrative functions and meeting the needs and satisfactions of the participants. Next. So we are going to look at evaluation tools for inputs, funding levels and finance distribution, resources availability and its quality. For activities, implementations, intensity and reach such as the awareness of mental health issue and exposing to the program and number of participation. And lastly, output, materials developed, services provided, plans that was placed into operation. So are they quantitative or qualitative? Next, please. Here are the post-event surveys that was collected. For input, as you can see, the graph on the right is the summarized distribution data set, and the box plot on the left is providing good indication of how values in data are spread out. So both of these graphs are based on question, how will you rate the quality of the staff and instructors who have conducted your respective programs? So the graph summarizes that most of the population, for more than 150, chose the highest score of 5. The box plot showed male participants rate indicator higher than female participants, appearing to be unhappy with the event personnel, providing a rating of 1. Next, please. Still under input, for logistics and venue, these summarized data set are based on questions. How will you rate the quality of the venue and equipment used for the program you have participated in? Again, the graph summarizes more than 150 participants chose 5, indicating that they are happy, provided that this was a virtual event. And the box plot summarized that most of the scores was between 3 and 5 for both gender. Next, please. Moving on to activities, the graph summarized based on question, how will you rate the quality of the activities in the program which you have participated in? So more than around 150 to 170 participants chose 5, showing that they were satisfied with the quality of the program. And the box plot shows the scores between 4 and 5 for both gender, but for female participants, the rate indicators appears to be more unsatisfied than male participants, providing a rating of 1. Next, please. For output, to measure the direct products of the program, we have the participation rate of 287 signups and a total of 147 who fully completed the race. Next will be the media coverage. As it was publicized through social media platform of the partnering organizers such as the RVI Group, Community to Campus and Club Zoom SG, they have achieved unique individual viewers during the live broadcast, totaling of 1,100 viewers. Next, please. So going back to the evaluation tools, for quantitative evaluation, it's prescribed as numbers, for example, the frequency, means, or the univariate analysis. So for input and activity, we use quantitative evaluation as our tool, as the results accumulated was from the pre and post evaluation form given to the participants. Next, please. Next, qualitative evaluation is a perception, for example, depths of feelings, experiences, attitudes, and beliefs of the participants. So for output, the tool we use is qualitative, as this measures directly from observations, interviews, and self-reporting. Next. Okay, I'll pass impact evaluation to Hafiz.
Okay, hi, I'm back again. I'm going to present on impact evaluation. Okay, so impact evaluation it relies on rigorous methods to determine the changes in outcomes which can attribute to a specific intervention. So in this case, we want to ensure that our deliverables has a good effect on our participants and the viewers. And we will measure the change in participants who are involved in the program to link via these attributes, which are knowledge, attitude, skills, and behavior. Okay, how did we do this? We did it via pre and post survey questions. So we use the ATSMI/AV for scale adolescent version. Mainly focuses on 3 main groups, which is health literacy, social stigma, and mental health. Okay, so I'll move on to the top 3 most significant. So we have done our findings using RStudio, using the the scale, and we realized that the top 3 most significant, they have the most change in results as compared to pre and post. So the surveys meaning that they have the largest number of changes between pre-event and post-event. Although the result did not change a lot following the significance value of 0.05, it is still very important to analyze them to see if the deliverables bring any changes to the outcomes. Okay, so for example, for SE2, the first question, I think that you could catch mental illness from another person. So the orientation is we wanted it to be positive, we wanted the numbers to go down. However, it got into positive. So there's actually an increase of 16.9%, an increase of 11 participants who actually voted 4 and 5. So we are wondering why is this change, this change happened. So in fact, for the next 2 other questions as well, SD3 and P4, there's an increase of 5% and 2.6% respectively. However, the changes is not much if we look at the specific numbers. For both SD3 and P4, only an increase of 4 participants voted 4 and 5. A lot of difference from the first question SC2. So this is a worrying trend, although the changes is not significant. May it be due to questions not being scoped to the objective of the race, or is there a lack of exposure for mental wellness related content? Then as we move on to our resources, we viewed most of the resources which is spread out to viewers and participants specifically. So as we look through the resources provided, we went to review platforms where the participants mainly get most of the information from and where event has the most exposure. So these two things are the website and the live race broadcast. So an excerpt from the website focusing more on running their mental health. So I'll just read a small part. It says that COVID-19 pandemic has been on the front stage, forcing major sporting activities to be cancelled or postponed. However, we should not sit and wait for the pandemic to be over, but to continue to encourage and promote healthy lifestyle, starting from us, influencing others. So that is an excerpt from the website. There was also a lack of images or banners focusing on mental health wellness. So the message may not have been sent out to the wider audience in that case. And as we move on to the live broadcast, as we are viewing the performance, we realize that only the last performance displayed content about mental health wellness. The caption for the live broadcast on Facebook also did not share any messages regarding the mental health wellness. We felt that yes, promoting a healthy lifestyle during this pandemic is of the utmost importance, but the viewers may find it unclear with the content posted. So we felt that it is a missed opportunity not to post more details on mental health wellness through these both platforms. So I'll move on. So now I'll move on to the three least significant. There are almost no changes in the outlook for these three questions. The participants managed to meet the ideal orientation. So meaning, for example, first question, mentally ill people are easy to spot. So the numbers actually went down. However, for all these three questions, the numbers did not change as much. So again, we are wondering, did the message really went through, or did we cover the scope for this event? So are there any changes in the participant perception towards mental health literacy? So this is where I'll move on to the four main pillars. So I'll cover knowledge, behavior, and attitude. So for knowledge, these are the questions where we review the aspect of knowledge. These questions chosen are the points more on the knowledge aspect. Though it may seem like it is tilting towards a positive change in knowledge, as you can see from the green ticks, the changes are actually not as significant again. The numbers changes are not as high, but we still must remain positive and still take this as a small win for this event. So just take a look at the first question. Before the event, if a friend had mental health issues, I would have known what advice to give to them to get professional help. So again, this has an increase in the votes. So that's a good sign. However, the next question, before the event, I felt that one of the main causes of mental health issues is a lack of self-discipline and willpower. That one has a negative orientation. So again, this we have to take this as a small win for our program. Again, we have to analyze more to see if we actually managed to deliver the main objective. Then I'll move on to the next one, behavior. So for behavior, we managed to find participants who have experienced a positive change through the race. This screenshot is from an Instagram post where the winner of the 30-kilometer race, Danny Mac, expressed his thoughts. Danny Mac felt that there has been a lack of community involvement through sports, and this event has brought him his positive behavior change towards mental health by exercising and creating goals. So it's a very nice post. You can also go to Instagram and look at his post. It is actually also quite relatable now in this period of time. And then also through the hashtag Bagan Race on Instagram, we have found participants sharing their message boards to spread mental health wellness. And then it helps that these are not like private profiles, so you can also look at how they do their Bagan Race, they post these deliverables, these message boards. They also share some posts about their running routes. So it's quite interesting to see this hashtag as well. So from here, we can see that there's a behavioral change from this event. And next one is for attitude. For the level of answers that were received towards social distance questions seems quite worrying, as we can see from the orientation. The change in 3 exact values among these questions is not that vast. It may be due to the event not focusing on these aspects. Again, the changes in results is not very high. So as you can see for SD2 and SD4, the change is barely 10% in the answers. So as I move on and we discuss why these changes are not so significant. Why is there, not a lot of people getting the message? So it may be due to the language barrier. Instructions and content of the pre and post questionnaires were administered in English, which most of the participants may not be familiar with. Interviews that were posted on social media were also of various languages without any translations, which may hinder the understanding of the wider audience. So we felt that language barrier is a big part ensuring the internet message to be sent out to participants. And the event transcends many different cultures and countries. Unfortunately, this is a prominent problem. As we look through the Instagram post for the prize winners, only 6 out of the 16 winners spoke in English during the prize presentation by Instagram. And to say that the event is a friendship race where 167 participants, mainly from Myanmar and China. So they cover over 50% of the race participants. However, it's quite sad that maybe not all of them can understand the message, or not all of them can deliver the message. So we do have to look at this issue as well. Then the next one, message not clearly transmitted. There may not have been enough messages on mental health awareness during broadcast, websites, through social media platforms. Just like as we touched before in the Facebook post live broadcast, the caption, we didn't use it quite well. In the websites, there weren't any banners, not as much banners. And so this is again a problem we can look into. And lastly, lack of incentive. Most participants may also have focused solely on the race and doing well for the race, as you will get prizes, but you don't get any incentive to engage on mental health activities. So generally and traditionally, when we join a race, we want to get prizes for winning the race or for completing the race. We want to get a t-shirt, we want to get medals. But in this case, since we want to move out from the norm, we want to express more on mental health literacy, how about we give prizes for people who show or broadcast the best mental health message or the best mental health movement in this event. Okay, so that's all for me. I'll pass it next to NIRMAL.
Okay, so I will be doing the closing on critical analysis, followed by the suggestion and improvement. Okay, next. Okay, so influence level. So intrapersonal level. So we feel that influencing runners at a personal level to participate in the race to promote mental well-being by changing their practices. So at the same time, areas for improvement, perhaps in the area of institutional level, whereby more schools are being engaged to participate in this race to promote mental well-being through a fun race. Next. So guides for intervention. So 2, best practice and best experiences. So best practice AR pointers by organizers of similar virtual races that had happened within the region, which have been proved to be a success or showed promising results in being effective. So best experiences based on post-race feedbacks and surveys by virtual race participants. Next. So multiple strategies approach. So adopting multiple strategies to help reach the end goal and objective of promoting mental well-being through a friendship virtual race. So under 2, health communication strategies and environment change strategies. Next. So health communication strategies. So interpersonal and intrapersonal. So students initiated mental health information, organization and community. So promoting the race through a mass email that was sent out to RP students. So social medias, using Facebook and Instagram as a platform to promote the race and mental health well-being messages. Next. So this is health communication strategies using the POST framework to think strategically about social medias. So participants were tech savvy, and hence this mode of delivery, which is a social media, was quite effective in reaching out to them. So objective change in behavior towards mental health and knowledge on mental health. Strategy, promoting mental health and well-being. Technology, using Facebook and Instagram to achieve the intent of the race. Next. Environmental change strategies. So social environment is to be able to change the environment of an individual such that they will have a better status of health. So economic environment, so cost and affordability of the race. Service environment, accessibility to mental health education. Next. So at the same time, I have some areas for improvements. So health education strategies. So perhaps workshops on mental health to transfer learning on mental health so that participants will be able to internalize the information, and this will further strengthen their voluntary behavioral decisions. Next, community mobilization. So the community mobilization strategy will be to engage via means of, for example, home visits to promote mental health. Okay, next. So I feel that this is an appropriate fit because not much of a segmentation or tailored activities were needed, as the target populations were mainly youth to elite athletes. So in addition, the availability of a different race category allows the individual to pick the race category of their preferred choice. Next. Availability of resources. So money. So availability of promo codes for student discounts or registration in groups time. So preliminary race submission was open for a period of 25 days. So personal participants were able to plot their runs at their own pace via Strava space. Participants were not limited to any physical location or boundaries. Next. So suggestions and improvements. So suggestions and improvements. Okay, so achieve early advertising of virtual race, seamless race registration process, and proper manpower allocation. Next, keeping mental health ambassadors to talk about mental health during the race period to drive the underlying aim of the virtual race. So like what my teammate mentioned, lack of incentive for race participants to engage in mental health activities, and also of course like what he mentioned on the language barrier. Next. So improving the means of technology used in the areas of submission of run timings or results. So instead of using Strava, maybe we can consider using other apps such as the Garmin Connect or Nike Running app. So perhaps a free running application, specifically just for the Bagan race to prevent foul plays or other in-app issues that cannot be solved by the event organizers. Next. Sharing from our audiences via social medias on mental health, online quizzes on mental health, and probably cheaper race sign-up fees, because some participants felt that this one is comparing to other virtual races is slightly more expensive. So suggestion that maybe they could lower the prices. Next. Yep, that's all for my part.
Thanks a lot to the blue team. Okay, so before we go into the Q&A, I would like to introduce a few of the guests that we have here who are here for this segment. Christine, you okay to on your cam? Okay, so first,
Hey.
sorry about that, Christine. Okay, so first we have got our superstar. I think Christine happens to be driving, but yeah, please drive safely, use a hands-free kit. Yeah, let me just see if you can start video. And Christina, also please stand by to turn on your video, Christina. Okay, so while we are waiting for Christine to turn on her video for a while, just want to let you know that we have a few more guests in this room. We have got Christine. I will let her also introduce a bit more about herself later on, but she is, I would say, a very well-known person in this field of track and field, right? And she's also a content creator. Let me see. Where's Christine? I seem to have lost her. Richmond, are you there, Richmond? I noticed Richmond has also joined us. Richmond, you there?
Sorry,
hello?
I got dropped off.
No problem, Christine.
Okay, who's starting first?
Okay. Let me just, okay, so Christine, you're spotlighted. So, hi, so Christine, thanks so much. You're at the traffic light, is it, right now?
I'm on the road, but like my eyes is on the road and I'm on hands-free, so it's all good. So
Sure.
I apologize that like I'm on the road, but like it was a nice opportunity to be able to speak with you all. Don't worry, I'm driving safe because I'm not looking at my phone at all, so I'm on hands-free. So sorry that I'm not able to look at you all right now. Yeah, so anyway, my name is Christine and I've been running for the last 15 years and I do the 100-meter hurdles. And I joined Club Zoom like, I think it was 2018 or 2017, so it's already been 3-4 years. And people always ask me like, how come after so long I'm still in this sport? And I think actually this sport really helps me, like you all have been sharing earlier about mental wellness, it makes me have something that I can look forward to other than just school or work. I actually just graduated from university as well. I started working, but I'm still training because I find that, being in this sport is really a passion that I really love and helps me to like compartmentalize my mental health wellness between like my work stress and versus like training. It's an outlet for me to, have fun and just not worry about it at all. So I've been running for like 15 years. I'm second in Singapore for my event. And on the sideline, I'm also a social media influencer. So, I mean, you've been presenting a lot of all these courses, and I don't think that's something I can do because I'm not educated or like trained in that. So really kudos for all of you for sharing our information. many of us who have learned a lot along the way. I think what hopefully that what I can do to help is that if you all ever need any advice regarding like sports or even like managing in school, work, or even your social media, or like how can one earn from social media, you know, feel free to reach out to me. I'm more than happy to like share about myself, or how can you also gain some sponsors along the way. So feel free to just reach out to me. I'm more than happy to help any of you all.
Hey, thanks so much, Kirsten. Yeah, we are really happy to have you here to witness the presentations by the different teams. And yes, I would say that you are also someone who many athletes look up to as yeah, in the field. So I think yeah, so all of the others here, if you want to see what an inspirational person is, that's Kirsten over here, right? She has yeah, she has gone through a lot, right, to get to where she is today. And that is something else that we also want to promote to others, right? Never give up. And we spoke about resilience, we spoke about mental toughness just now. So she's an example of how this is actually put into practice. So thanks so much, Kirsten. Thank you. Okay, I would now like to invite Christina. Christina, you okay to turn your video on?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, another
Sorry
another
about
boss,
that. I'm also
boss here.
driving.
Yeah, see, all of them all driving, all the big bosses, you know. Yeah, so Christina is the GM for RVI Group, which was the main organizer for this Bagan Race event, together with Club Zoom. So Christina, just you want to share a bit about yourself and about RVI for the masses here?
I think some of the messages I'm put across is because I've actually heard about the feedback, and I think it's really constructive. And I really thank everyone who has actually put this together for the group and also for organizing. I think this is the first time we organize something like this for virtual, and I took in quite a lot of points that especially towards the objective of the race. And also, I think it's actually very good that, you know, you look at a third party perspective also, from the translation of languages or to the participants and also to the race itself, for the ease of registering and all that. And I believe there was guidance from the team. But I think with all these feedback, I think we can improve on the next races, because I think for the Bagan race, the 2019 one was done on site in Bagan itself, and then of course the 2020 was done virtually. And I think I totally agree, we should not wait for the pandemic to be over, but actually strengthen ourselves and also go through this running. So I think this race, I think there's a lot of points that that I picked up on, and I would definitely want to share with my team. And also I thank everybody here for putting this together with us as well. Other than that, RVI Group, we actually have schools and centers. So we actually have Myanmar students coming to Singapore. So quite a lot of Polytechnic Singapore students from Myanmar actually come through our organization. But other than that, we do want to organize events and things like that to bring people together. So maybe in time to come, we can actually do more events together as well. I think the promotion of mental health, the promotion of sports and wellness is very important. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Aaron, and thanks everybody.
Right. Thanks a lot, Christina. Okay, so maybe I would like to invite Juliana to maybe ask the first question, because I understand Juliana has to head off to another big event. So maybe Juliana, could I invite you to just ask your question first? Thank you.
Hi. Okay, thanks, Aaron. Okay, I think this is a good platform to have an international race and getting to know another person's or another country's culture. So I want to know what the team could have done more to improve, or maybe I would say make sure that the participants have a very good experience based on an international event, especially for a virtual one.
Thanks a lot, Juliana. Anyone from Blue Team, just feel free to respond accordingly. Thank you.
I'll take that first question. Thanks, Jonah, for the question. So when you say how we want this event to run seamlessly the next time, so we've watched through the AR video especially, where the stakeholders voice out the problems that people mainly face. So the main issue is usually was mainly about the easiness of joining this event and sending in the deliverables, because they realize that some of the participants do not know how to use the app itself, Strava app, or their devices are not compatible to use the Strava app due to where they are from, or due to the software that their phone is using. So for example, Chinese OS can't really run Strava or use the Google tracking, so they find it difficult in that sense to send in their deliverables. And there are issues about emails as well. They are not sure who to send, or they might send to another party, but the main Bagandis organizer itself didn't get the emails, so there may be a bit of confusion there. And also lastly, again, like we touched a bit, was the language. So maybe when we send in the surveys, not all of them could have understand what the surveys meant, or when they answer, they just look at it at the numbers, or maybe it's safe to put 3 or 4 and 5. So that's why most of the answers are actually 3, because it's in the middle. So we felt that there might be an issue or loss in translation along that line. But then again, the event was well run for it being the first time doing a friendship race. So I think that was my point of view for that question.
Okay, maybe I want to add on, because the question is like how to enjoy across countries. Since it's a celebrating of international friendship, those who actually join the shorter race, maybe they can dress in their own culture costume to run, or being creative. So at the same time, people will get to see, and because they are using their own, deciding on their own running route. So maybe this is also a platform where they can video a little bit and then show it on social media, and then the rest from the other country will be able to view and enjoy at the same time. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Vivian and Hafiz. So, Juliana, you have another question that you wanted to ask, or is that?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Juliana, and thanks to those who have responded. Okay, so maybe now I'd like to invite maybe Ren. Ren, you want to pick on the next batch of questions?
Okay, sure. Wait. Okay, actually, I would want to touch on a few issues. Maybe I go on to this first. On the needs one, the presentation on needs was also on physical activities and mental health. So could you give, or maybe the team could answer the question, the link between the physical activities and the mental health, and also the add-on on the needs to improve on the physiological aspect for general public, like the why the running as a physical activity is good, not only on whatever you present. Maybe can you answer in more of the physiological part, and the first part where I say the link between PA and mental health. This is question 1. Okay, we go for question 1 first. Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking between the link between the physical activity and also the mental health, right?
Correct.
So how can we link it? I think I already shown the research on, there's articles saying that physical activity actually will improve mental health in one of my slides. So did I answer your question for this? So we are trying to promote that if people will be if people step up and increase their activity, likely and highly that mental health will be sort of reduced for them, because they will be able to exercise and you'll feel happier after that. Yeah.
Okay. Then what about the physiological portion?
That's for the general. Okay, so I think if we can promote more in these events, showing that actually if people are able to get out, or even if they are only at home and they are only able to run at home, okay, like in Myanmar, something that's I think if I'm not wrong, they actually couldn't run outside because of the COVID cases up. So even running at home is something that people will like to do. Okay, so maybe this is a platform where they see that it can be done at home even if it's a small area and people are happy doing it. It was, yeah, when people are happy, mental health is sort of like reduced. And I think we are not only promoting running, I think we are promoting people to be active. So just doing what they like will be something for general public. If they are doing something that they like, it will feel happy. Yeah.
Okay.
Do I answer your question?
Not exactly, but could do a bit more on pointing out that maybe the organizer can add in the good parts of exercising and pertaining to running, because the event is running. So the increase of impact for the body will be good for bone density, and the slow jog of a certain time and above, irregardless of the distance, can be improving on the cardio fitness, yeah, for all ages, right? Okay, my second question, more on the risk part. Okay, I saw the mention part on the night run, right? Is it on the heat injury portion on the night run? Can it be elaborate more? Because I got a feeling it is being mixed up with dehydration and heat injury.
No. What I'm trying to say is because the likelihood of the participants doing the run maybe in that certain timing will lead to heat injury, because no matter like how hydrated you are, there's a factor of maybe the temperature at that timing will lead to heat injury. So that is my concern for that part.
A bit not convincing, because the temperature of the day doesn't directly implies on heat injury. It will more on the I would say how they perceive their runs to be. If they are pushing hard, then maybe the heat factor will come in for the temperature of the surroundings. But that goes for a few items that affect heat injury. So maybe had to be a bit more specific, because that point is a bit too general to be accepted as a risk in a specific point of view, right? Then I think I can leave it as that already. Yeah, thanks, Aaron.
Thanks a lot to everyone in the blue team. So now we will move on to the green team, right? So green team, are you ready? You can just project your slides and we will proceed. Nigel, you are projecting?
No,
Hi.
Baron is projecting.
Oh,
Hi,
Baron,
Aaron,
okay,
and,
okay.
yeah, and industry partners who are joining us. Yes, I'm going to project. Just give me a moment.
Please go ahead, no problem.
Hello, can everyone see the slides and also see and hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. And we
Okay.
noticed the matching backdrops you all have, Crystal had, so great job.
most of us attempted. Okay, anyway.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Get us into the mood. Yes. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And also welcome to industry partners who took time to join us this morning. So BINTE will be sharing on What a Wonderful World. And before I get started, just a very quick run through. I'm Veron. Sorry, just let me get the slide moving. Okay, so I'm Veron, and I'll be covering a brief introduction first before I hand on to my teammate. Crystal will do a needs assessment, followed by Helmi, who will cover administrative and also legislation portion. Radia will then go in depth into risk assessment. Hong Kee will cover process evaluation, followed by Nigel on impact evaluation. And I will then come back and wrap up on the recommendations. Yeah. So before we get started, right, I would just like to oh, sorry, there was a brief introduction. Sorry, actually I need to go back one slide, but I would just like talk through it. What a Wonderful World is a Christmas themed celebration that was organized by Institute of Mental Health as well as Republic Poly, supported by a team of volunteers as well as allied health professionals, and also the clinical staff that is from IMH. It is held back in December last year, 2020, during the COVID period. So essentially during, for this, the objective of the event is really to be able to foster more social bonding and also to encourage the residents in the IMH to be able to do more physical activities as well, because during the COVID period, there are a lot of visitation restrictions, and it is actually a lot harder to organize get-together events. And on the volunteers front, it is also the objective of encouraging them to really gain more awareness on the mental wellness aspect, and also to be able to advocate for mental wellness. So just before we start, I would like to give a quick snapshot of the event overall, just to sum it up using numbers, but of course a lot of meaningful analysis will go into the qualitative and assessment. So all in all, 1,115 participants attended the event, and residents alone, we see a 330% increase in participation. And on the volunteers front, we also see 100% positive change on the impact indicators. And for the budget-wise, it is only spending $3,800, which is very conservative. So just to take a deeper look at the numbers, when we look at the participation rate, when it can increase 3 times, during COVID period where we have to change the event format into virtual, it's actually a very encouraging sign, because it can then reach out to more residents who are staying. And that is actually 860 of them managed to take part, as opposed to 200 compared to 2019. And across the board, we still managed to maintain, the team managed to maintain a high level of satisfaction across the front of event personnel, broadcast, as well as processes. And on the volunteers front, we also see 100% positive change on impact indicators such as the mental health literacy, reduction in stigma, and also health advocacy. And for the volunteers engagement, it increased by 2.32, which is also a positive sign. This indicates that they are more likely to return and also support the event again. So I would like to then pass on to my teammate, Crystal, who will be doing the needs assessment. Crystal.
Okay, hi. So I'm Crystal. I'm going to do the needs assessment. So for needs assessment, there are different steps. The first step is actually to identify the purpose and the scope. So for this project, there's actually 2 priority population. The first one being the long-stay residents of the Institute of Mental Health. So due to the strict safe management measures that started back in 2020, ward visitation and intermingling activities were actually forced to cut down to reduce the transmission of virus. So as a result, these residents was actually affected from the change in their social and physical life, as their daily routine were affected by the safety measures. So hence the purpose of the event was actually to gain satisfaction from the various programs that would be organized, increase their social connectivity even though it's virtually, and to increase their movement and activity through the Christmas workout or even a fashion show that was organized. Yeah, next. Yeah. Okay, so the second priority population is actually the youth volunteers for the event itself. So in general, there is actually a lack of awareness in mental health in the society. So the crucial factor is that with the COVID-19 situation, mental health cases have actually been arising among youth itself in Singapore. So it was reported that suicide agencies were seeing an increase in the numbers of calls that they were attended to in their 24-hour helpline. So as a result, the purpose of this project targeted for the youth volunteers is actually to increase mental health awareness, both literacy and advocacy, as they are exposed to like real life cases during the event and see how it works. Then in addition, the project also hopes to counter and reduce social and self-stigma among the youths. Yeah, next. Okay, so the next step in this assessment is actually the gathering of data. So this project actually managed to use both the primary data, which is through the pre and post event surveys that was conducted on the current and then the changed impression and knowledge of mental illness, which was conducted before and after the event itself. The secondary data collected are actually research that was done up prior to the event to know more about the effect of COVID-19 on the mental health, even for both the youth in Singapore and even for the residents of IMH. Moving on is the analyzing of data. So in this step, we actually identify the 4 major health problems faced by the general population, and this actually constitutes both the long-stay patients of IMH and the volunteers. So firstly, it was reported that the top 2 most common mental health in Singapore is actually depression and anxiety, which was reported to affect at least about 10% of the local population back in 2019. So next, with the safe management measures, right, locals are actually forced to be cooped up at home with limited access to public places when we first entered the circuit breaker period. So physical health will actually deteriorate because like fitness corners were closed, gyms were closed, all the different fitness facilities was actually closed and cordoned off. Yeah, then the next problem is actually stress. So with work from home and home-based learning being a default for both working adults and students, there was a major work-life imbalance because of the similar environments that both work and like life was actually at home, based at home. So like it actually caused individuals to be unaware of their own work time and actually bringing their work into their own daily routine. So they wouldn't know like when to actually stop working. So when they receive a message, it was reported that they would actually just reply and just continue working throughout the day because there was no change of direction, environment. Yeah. Then next is the risk factors. So it's the identification of the risk factors in relation to the health problems that was brought up in the previous slides. So for biological are mostly factors that actually cannot be changed because like it's like genetics, prenatal damage, and exposure to toxins. So this cannot be changed because it has already been done, you know. Then it's psychological. So I identified 2 of the psychological risk factors. The first one being mental perseverance, so which refers to the mental strength of an individual and their ability to actually deal with stresses or challenges that they faced. So how we can actually strengthen their mental perseverance through the event is actually by reminding them that they are not alone in this mental health battle, even in this difficult time of pandemic, because we actually can be connected through technology itself. And another one is the mental health issues itself. Moving on to the sociological part, okay, this factor is actually applicable mainly towards the youth volunteers itself. So social support dynamic actually refers to the social environment of youth to ensure that social and self-stigma is actually limited. So this is important because self-stigma is actually the acceptance of mental illness stereotypes. So like let's say the stereotype is that people with mental illness are actually dangerous. And if this is accepted in an individual, they will actually think that, oh, I'm a dangerous person because I'm mentally ill. So if a youth environment is actually filled with negativity and unsupportive remarks, it actually diminishes the feeling of self-worth, and then hence deteriorating their mental state itself. So to put the three risk factors into the prioritization matrix, mental perseverance and social support dynamics are under the quadrant where it's more important and more changeable. But mental perseverance is more important because I personally feel that with a strong mental state, right, individuals will be actually able to counter-react to the social stigma that is the social support dynamic of youths. Yeah, and then the mental health issue itself is the most important, but this can not really be changed, Yeah. And next. Okay, hang on.
I'm so sorry. Just give me a moment.
No worries. Okay, maybe I'll just continue on. Okay, yeah. So the last factor is actually the problem focus, which is to identify the predisposing, enabling, and reinforcing factor for the problem focus itself. So the problem focus is the first two, which is mental perseverance and social support dynamic. So the predisposing factor, which is the lack of mental health awareness among youth in Singapore, and then the disruption of the daily routine with the sudden partial isolation because of the pandemic for the long stay residents. So what we can do is actually to provide tips or skills to manage the deteriorating mental health state among the youths in Singapore, or to even provide a platform where it satisfies the social connectivity of long stay residents. Then the enabling factor actually refers to how we can actually achieve this, which is the access to resources and education, which builds on the mental health awareness for youth, and the creation of a supportive community for long stay residents, which is through our program itself. And reinforcing factor is so that they can actually, like in the long run, you will actually be surrounded with positivity and acceptance from the people, which limits both social and self-stigma among the two priority population itself. Okay, now I will hand it over to Hyunmi to go through the risk assessment.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hilmi. I'll be handling the administrative and legislative dimension consisting of return of investment. So this is the manpower deployment. The staff involvement consists of allied health professional, 100 and 150 from IMH clinical staff. The artists, 3 of them, including bodybuilders from NBFA sports model. The guest of honor is Miss Ng Liling. Volunteers consist of RP staff, 5 of them. IMH Hope 80, matchsticks at IMH 40, NYP nursing students 25, and the achievers 32. Next, thank you. So the logistic deployment, this is the logistic part. The venue is at IMH and is held in the respective ward. The mode of streaming, Zoom, through their plasma TV. The recycled materials that is used for their fashion show and ward decoration. The prizes for the event consists of vouchers for the ward decoration, $500, fashion show, $300, and the lucky draw, $60. And the food for the patient, the caterer was Bisling, and the food they ordered was assorted sandwich, crispy golden chicken, pocket, and ice cream. So the balance they use for refreshment for the RP staff, appreciation card for those involved, and the equipment used are PC, laptop, handphone to communicate, the green screen as the backdrop, TV, and microphone. Okay, next, thank you. So this is the legislative dimension. As you know, the COVID restriction and the PDPA. So I will speak about COVID restriction. So as outing and volunteer activities were suspended and home leave were restricted, so they use the event was moved to online platform and social distancing, so patient can watch at their comfort of their own ward. So for the PDPA, external IMH staff, non-external IMH staff had to sign the indemnity form. So patients who are participating in the event have to be masked or Mozart. So the patient who wants to be filmed, they have to obtain patient consent. Then external performers, they will not be watching their show, so their performance will be recorded. If they never, they will risk getting fines and removal of the event if it breaches the PDPA Act. Okay, next, thank you. Okay, so this is the program administrative dimension. The Zoom planning starts on 18 August. The venue is at Zoom, and the people involved for the first event planning is Mr. Aaron and the IMH staff. Thank you. Next. Okay, so this is their publicity and marketing. They use EDM, electronic direct mailer, registration portal website, which is community to campus. The social media platform they use is Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and IMH website. Thank you. Next. So the return on investment, the budget is 3,800. The expenses is 552. So the balance of the budget they use to buy refreshment for the RP staff, as well as appreciation card for the IMH senior management, NCSS, NBFA, MCs, RP crew, and guest of honor, which is the MP. Okay, next, thank you. Okay, as you know, that return on investment usually there is balance and the money is the return on investment. But usually in this case, we do not measure in terms of money. So not everything is measured in dollars and cents. So there is a larger number of patients reached compared to previous years, as mentioned by the CEO of IMH speech, Professor Chua. So it's up 500 more, from 200 attendees last year to 580 more. So there is increase in staff participation compared to previous years where only senior management are involved in the voting of the event competition. This is to reach out to even more staff involved. To be able to carry out this event during a pandemic using a Zoom platform, yes, because the previous years they had a physical one, but using the Zoom platform, you reach out to more audience with the. So getting artists to perform at no cost, like Stephanie San, Ramli Sarip, and Kit Chan, so they perform at no cost, which is a saving of money. So lastly, this is the outcome, patient satisfaction and enjoyment through improving their social and emotional well-being. This is the return on investment. Okay, next, thank you. So cost saving on concert venue, they do not need to rent IMH, MPH. So save on rental venue. Zoom streaming platform is free. Rental of equipment, during the previous years, the cost of hiring will be 2,500. So they save money on that, savings of 2,500. So they use recycled materials for the ward deco and the fashion show from previous event. This also save some money, cost saving. And then the performers can record at their homes or using the partner studio, Tone House Studio, and save on transportation. And the increased camaraderie among staff and patient involvement. Okay, thank you. I'll be passing on to the next person, Ms. Radia. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilmi. Okay, so I'll be touching on the risk assessment. So based on these charts, I will identify the likelihood, severity, and the risk level of the activities in this event. So in addition, I will also provide additional measure controls that the people on the ground to implement so as to reduce the risk level of the activity so that they can execute the activity in a safer way. Thank you. So based on this risk assessment, I have identified the top 5, previous slide. Yeah, I have identified the top 5 activities. So the first activity that I'll be covering is the mask to be worn in wards at all time. Later on, I'll be showing you the example that has been identified through the event. Number 2 will be the walking from wards to corridor during the fashion show. And also number 4, decorations placed on the corridor secured and away from exit doors. Number 3, the webinar being hijacked and the IT technical issues, as mentioned by Hilmi, as they are using all the other electronic items such as the mic, the TV, plasma. These can constitute to residents may attempt to escape or panic when there are issues with this technical difficulty. So what we can do, like Crystal has mentioned, if let's say the residents are showing anxiety, problem or stressful event, how can the volunteers and the staff manage the situation at a point of time? And number 5 is walking to specific assigned wards during the pre and the post event due to the physical hazards that are being placed, such as the decorations. So this likelihood of having trip and fall may occur. So staff and team members need to watch out for these decorations along the corridors. Thank you. Next. So number 2, number 3, number 1, number 2, and number 4, I will be showing you the examples of the risk. So for the activity number 1, so we've seen here that the host has been, the hosts are presenting and sitting at a very close distance. So this has, I have chosen the likelihood of 3, the severity of 4, and the highly rating of 12. So the control measures that we would suggest is that to ensure that masks are worn at all times, which they did, however, to keep a safe distancing of at least 1 meter. In the next event whereby Stephanie Sun is performing with the partner, she actually did cover the safe measuring distance of at least 1 meter. So we can see the difference here in 2 activities. Thank you. Next. So for the activity number 2, during the fashion show, we've noticed that the items being placed on the floor are not secured. So the vase of pot, the vase on the floor might contribute to a likelihood of falling risk by the residents. So the safety control measures is to actually secure any loose item, or maybe have a cordon or barricades to prevent these residents or people walking along the corridor. And also lastly, the gathering of maximum 5%, even though yes, they abide by the 5 people, however, their distance, they did not follow 1 meter distancing. A good implementation by the place is that they have located or in place the hand sanitizer along the corridor, like you have seen in the green circle. So at least there's a control measures being in place. Thank you. Next. And lastly, the number 4 item, whereby the decorations are being placed along the corridors. So these items, some of them, they are not being cordoned. They can contribute to risk of trip and fall. And also, as you can see, the Christmas tree, it is actually placed quite near to the doors. So the control measures is that to ensure that barricades such as tapes or to cordon and mark to provide visibility so that the people who walk around the corridors can identify and see better. And also number 2, items should be placed away from exit doors to provide an emergency escape route. Thank you. So an additional risk that we've identified are as follows. However, I will be just showing you this because it actually is quite low compared to the top 5 earlier on. Thank you. Next, I'll pass on to Hong Kee, who will be elaborating on the process evaluation.
Thanks, Radia. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hong Kee, and I'm presenting the process evaluation for this virtual event. The virtual event are done based on 3 major input. Number 1 in logistic, number 2 in the activity and program, and number 3, the staff and instructor who conducted the program. Data are extracted from survey done by the clinical staff, the volunteers, as well as the allied staff. Okay, the survey are rate based on 1 to 5. Sorry, the previous slide. One more ahead. Yeah. So the survey are rated based on 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. These data are run through our crowd, and the histogram are generated. So looking at the graph on the histogram on the left, show rating for logistics. The quality of venue and equipment used for for the logistic receive a mean rating of 4.23 with a deviation of 0.8. Most surveyed rated logistic in the region of 5, suggested the quality of logistic are good. The inputs are further drilled into gender to see any differential feedback. From the histogram on the right, more male rated logistic in the region of 5 compared to female who rated in the region of 4. Next slide, please. So we break down the survey into quality of logistic into 2 parts. One for the main event for What a Wonderful World, and the other for off-center watch party and after-show event. From the histogram, logistic is rated high for the main event, but for the off-center and watch party after-show, the rating was mainly between 3 to 4 with a wide spread of 2 to 5. Next. A further breakdown of evaluation was done in ward level. It showed most ward rated 5 for logistic. However, for Ward 65 AB, it showed a more diverse view of rating between 4 and 5. And for the off-center watch party, the logistic have a lower rating in the region of 3 to 4 and a wide spread of 2 to 5. Okay, next. Okay, moving on to program. Yeah. Okay, it received a mean rating of 4.37 with a deviation of 0.75. Rating in the region of 5 suggests the quality of activity and program are well received. Looking at the histogram on the right, showing feedback for both gender, show the female rated program in the region of 5 compared to the male who rated slightly lower, between 4 to 5. Next slide. Okay, for this box plot, right? Yeah, we break down the survey of quality of activity into main event as well as the after show event. The activity for and program are rated high in the region of 5 with some 3 and 4 for main event. But for the off center, the rating received mainly are in the 4 with a spread of 2 to 5. Next. Okay, so again, there's a breakdown in ward level. So this box plot show most ward rated activity and program at 5. So again, Ward 65 AB, it has a mixed rating of 4 and 5 with a spread of between 3 to 5. For the off center, watch party and after show, it has a rating mainly in the region of 4, ranging between 2 to 5. Okay, we move on to the evaluation of quality of staff and instructor who conducted the program. It received a mean rating of 4.3 with a deviation of 0.8. Looking at the box plot on the right, there's no distinct difference between rating for both gender. Next. Okay, sorry. So we break down the quality of staff and instructor again between main event and after show event. This box plot show the staff and instructor for main event are highly rated in region of 5 with some 4. Well, for the after show and event, it received a rating of mainly 4 and a wide range of 2 to 5 again. Yeah, next. So evaluating in ward level, this box plot show most wards rated activity and program at 5. Again, Ward 65 AB have a slightly lower rating with a spread between 4 to 5. So from what we have go through for this post-event evaluation, we may be able to conclude that most are generally happy in the quality in all these three aspects of the event. The box plot suggests the offsite and after show event might have some dissatisfaction in all three areas. So no, still the previous slide. So organizer might explore area of improvement should there be planned to organize similar event. So okay, now for this slide, okay, the data are extracted from the program segment itself, with 10 being the most popular and 1 being the least well received. So the table itself, we have sorted out from the highest to the lowest rating, with 3 being, so the top 3 program are the Jingle Bell, What a Wonderful World musical video, and the Christmas song. And the least popular rating go to the Bingo Lucky Draw, and the quality of the MC for Bingo and Lucky Draw. Next. So from this, it might suggest that Christmas-related song might be more popular because it's Christmas season, and program performed by personnel familiar with is preferred and well received. Do note that the rating for the live show of MC is high at 9 with a deviation of 1.88, while the MC for the bingo segment might need some improvement because there's a feedback saying that it's moving too fast and the MC are absent at time and the show felt unguided. So I hope our evaluation assists future organizer to identify some strength and weakness, thus allowing room for improvement. With this, I hand over to Nigel to present the impact evaluation.
Thank you very much, Hong Kee. Thank you. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, the industrial panels, and as well as my teammates. I'll be touching on the portion of the impact evaluation. Okay, so basically, as we know that the impact evaluation is to measure the effectiveness of the whole program by observing the knowledge, the skills, attitude, and as well as the behaviors of all the volunteers, of near to 370 volunteers and all center participants that they've been through the whole program. Okay, so okay, next please, thank you. So after we gathered the information, the data from the pre and the post survey, and we actually put into the Wilkinson sign test. Okay, we actually tune out the whole data, the whole result, and from there we actually find out which are the one which is of the significant value and of course the non-significance. So out of the whole 37, near to 40 survey that we have actually tuned out, we realize that there's one. Okay, next please. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so again, next slide, please. Thank you. Right. Okay, so out of the near 40 question, the near 40 pre and post comparison that we did, right? We find that there's one of them which is not significant, and there are two of them which are significant, but when we actually study further into the orientation, we find that these two as well as the non-significant values, right? They actually deviate a lot from the original result that we expected. So we actually shortlist this three survey form. So this 3 survey question, and we look into the perspective. Okay, and we find out that the above top 3, right, which is listed in the slide, the above top 3 are actually out of the normal observation. Okay, they are actually one of them is actually the non-significance, which is not along the right direction and orientation, and the other 2, after we look into it and we find that although they are significant, but they are not along the right direction and right orientation, meaning that out of the 37 survey that we did, right, these three are actually not according to our desired results, which means that there are shortfall in the event that we need to address. Okay, we need to address. So after that we actually look into the common trails, the common identity of these 3 survey, and we find that we find that there are perception of people thought that they can will themselves to recover from mental illness, which we don't think this is the case. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so some of the backgrounds, and we look into some of the backgrounds and as well as the possible causes. 370 volunteers and all participants went through 2 orientation programs. Okay, we realized that they actually went through the 2 orientation program, and they have actually spent 6 hours working with this patient. However, we find that the majority time, which is almost 5 hours, is actually engaged in preparation work like the logistic, like the costume preparation and the decoration. So meaning that they have only left like with probably 1 hour or lesser to interact with the patient themselves. So we reckon that they should have more interactive time with the patient to get to know them better. Okay, so when we realize that there's a discrepancy between this thing, right, with the result, and this is what our finding is, and we have actually looked into the proposal of the following countermeasure, whereby we can propose in the future, right, probably there can be more interactive time with the patient, okay, so that they can understand the patient better and to know more about them. And the other measure that countermeasure that we are actually thinking of is to either to reduce or even to spread out the intensive preparation work before the event. Okay, because we find that a lot of logistic, the costume preparation and as well as the decoration, right, can be actually done before the event itself, and rather to squeeze everything within the 6 hours. Okay, and last but not least, we can also look into the countermeasure whereby these volunteers and off-center participants, right, we can actually give more pre-event education to them to let them know exactly what is this about, more things about the mental illness. Okay, so that we can actually prep themselves before they interact with the patient themselves. Okay, so with this, right, I will pass my mic to Veron. They should actually sum up the whole thing. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Angel. Hello. So I would like to sum up with some of the recommendations that our team has come together to propose to the organizing team, so that you can perhaps take into consideration for the Christmas celebration this year. So first of all, I think overall, while the virtual event has been effective and also has been able to meet most of the outcomes that we want to see, we just find that people will still really appreciate the social engagement and also the direct bonding that a live event can bring. So in order to be fostering really a warm and cozy atmosphere and also engaging participants on site for social bonding, perhaps one way is to explore a hybrid event whereby there could be a physical component and we still retain the virtual broadcast, so we can then get the same type of reach and outcome we want to see in terms of the resident participation. So in terms of the virtual broadcast, I think some of the advantages is that we will be able to get a more diverse spread of professional performers to be live streaming their performance online. And also we can then extend the reach to more patients who then has to remain in their ward, and then they can receive the broadcast from their ward. And thirdly, we thought, depending on the way the content is for the celebration, it is also a good chance for probably family members of IMH or even the volunteers and some of the friends and public to tune in, so that they can also, gain a bit of familiarity and with the mental wellness issues and also how actually the behavior and also some of the engagement could be. So when it comes to the program, like what Hong Kee earlier kind of shared in terms of the finding, apparently for more familiar faces that the participants have, they actually do enjoy the performance a lot better. So I think definitely we see that as a component we should be retaining. So performances by I think the healthcare workers and also for by the volunteers who work very closely with the residents, I think will be appreciated, or even by residents themselves. And the fourth point will be that we find that volunteers' preparation and training ahead of the program will really make it a greater success. So probably it has been done already, but maybe it's more to see how to make it a bit more structured. Yeah. So move on to the second recommendation. Okay, so we find that given the findings that we see, there seems to be a little bit of a kind of like perception, like engagement reading that is given by the IMH medical staff and also the nurses. So we thought one way is to see how to involve both the residents and also nurses in the planning stages of the event. So the lighter touch could be like crowdsourcing and also polling for ideas, or if they are able to commit, then they could be joining the organizing team, but on an opt-in basis. And secondly, we thought regular updates using internal communication channels on the upcoming event and also warming up to the event might be helpful in terms of preparing everyone. Because the event success also require a lot of their participation and preparation. So it can also maybe take away some stress from them amongst all the different work priorities they might have. To help them prepare better, so we actually also thought might be good to organize pre-event workshops or activities to prepare the wards and also the volunteers time ahead of the event. And it's also a good avenue for staff engagement and also well-being. So some of the workshops could be to do with decoration artwork, because I think not everyone is a good artist, you know, or really good with handiwork. So maybe that can make them more confident and ready for the event. We also find that perhaps, you know, like training in some of the workshops in terms of the singing or performance can also be useful as well. Yeah, so some ideas for consideration. So the third area that we thought we can look closer into is really using the opportunities to really extend the reach on social media. I mean, of course, social media, it could be like overrated and too much of a hype. But what we observe when we look at the Christmas celebration, there are actually attempts to help to raise awareness by spreading the message about mental wellness using very useful, very good quotes from the medical professionals in IMH. Mainly we find that the channel is through the community to campus website as well as the social channels. And with a lot of rich content, I think the unfortunate thing is that we observe that the reach and engagement rate seems to be on the lower side. So it means that there's actually a lot of room for us to maybe do more on this front. So some quick ideas will be to maybe strike off some partnerships with existing social communities or even mental wellness support groups and influencers to better reach the like-minded individuals, and also perhaps to tap on the reach of well-known performance using survey hashtags. So these are some of the groups that we have found online that is very active and also pretty active in the Singapore environment as well. So maybe for us to consider. And lastly, it is on the type of content that we can put out. So one of the ideas is to really make use of the advantages of each of the platform to be able to be better able to put out engaging content. So for example, TikTok could be something a bit more personal, you know, someone coming in to share quick tips, you know, about being gratitude, about goodness in life, or maybe for us to keep a journal on wellness. That could be actually an engaging way to engage the audience. There could also be means to kind of throw out questions to invite conversations and discussions around this topic to better engage the audience. Yeah, so we are sharing some content ideas here for consideration. So actually, this is my last slide, and we welcome all your questions.
All right, thanks so much to the Green team for your wonderful presentation. And thanks too for all of your nice backdrops and your very well organized slides. Okay, I would like to maybe invite a few of the guests who have come in. Unfortunately, I think our IMH partners were here, but they seem to have dropped out. I'm still trying to message them to come in, but maybe first I would like to invite Jeremiah. Jeremiah, are you there? Jeremiah?
Yeah, hi,
okay.
Hi.
Hi there, sir. Would you like to start your video? Okay,
no, I think
okay, no problem,
sorry,
no problem. No worries, no worries.
I'm not in the right shape too.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I never put on my makeup and all that.
Yeah, I understand.
I never do my hair, my makeup, and no proper lighting equipment. So
of course. No worries, no worries. But
yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries, but I would like to, since Veron was just presenting about social media personalities and all, just now we had Kirsten in. She's one of the social media personalities who was actually on your, if you notice, right, one of your slides, she's there. So Jeremiah is someone that I think all of you who have done lesson 8, you should be familiar with him. He is the boss of TMTV, Tropic Monsters TV, and they have worked with us on a number of mental health initiatives. And Jeremiah is also featured on the Community to Campus website as one of the key advocates of mental health. So maybe if I could, don't worry, yeah, he's had a very busy past couple of weeks because there's quite a number of different events. And I think he was shifting equipment, right? Since until about 3 plus AM last night. So
sorry guys.
He feels that his appearance may not be up to the standard of celebrity level that you are used to. But nonetheless, right, Jeremiah, maybe if I could just invite you, maybe just share a little bit about TMTV and also about some of the work that you have done together with us on promoting mental wellness, and just for the benefit of the guest over here.
Yeah, so during the time, so first and foremost, what we do, we are content creators. We create content for the internet to entertain people, to put a smile on their face, to make people happier in their, everyday lives. And, it was always a thought that I wanted to do something about mental health because it's a very important subject. And since we are already in the business of entertaining, I always thought of how we can take it a step further by, helping people to feel better about themselves and, their mental health, and, just take things easy, just, see things in a lighter way. So it was during that time when the news had a lot of, news about people suffering from mental health issues, and I wanted to do a content piece of something related to mental health. And Mr. Aaron just nice contacted me, it was just really just nice. He said, hey, we want to collab with you on advocating mental health. I was like, yeah, let's do it. So we worked together on a street interview to get the youths to talk about mental health. As this subject of mental health is more prominent in the youth today compared to perhaps the older generation who don't really know much about how mental health can affect people. In the past they just think of mental health as hey, get over it, get over yourself, that kind of thing, where the youth nowadays they have better understanding. So we went to RP to interview the youths, and they really were so they really had so much understanding about mental health, which is a good thing. And it was an honor to hear them share about their experiences, and how, their friends and people listening, the audience can improve their mental health and by seeking help and stuff like that. And then we also did a short film. So we added in something, like, hey, Mr. Aaron, why don't we do a short film, that actually showcases what a student goes through, in the day-to-day basis in school, with the school stress, with social media stress, and with peers around them. It's just how society, the societal norms, you have to fit in and all that. It's just very stressful for a youth, like a student. So we wanted to cover that, and so we did a full experience, like a whole short film production. I don't know if you guys seen that short film, but yeah, it was a very insightful and enriching experience for us. Yeah,
it was good, except for the guy acting as the lecturer.
Oh no, the lecturer actually is the best. He's he's the #1 actor. He deserves an Oscar. Golden Horse Golden Horse first. The lecturer is Mr. Aaron, by the way. So he's just
yeah, they have seen the video They should have seen it because it's part of their assignment. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. Love the video actually.
We did.
Very. I think it was very heartwarming and very The whole video actually changes my perspective after the whole. I watched through the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we just wanted to show how a lot of feelings maybe pent up inside a student or a youth, a young person and he or she or they will not, don't necessarily come out and express themselves, and they might come to a point where they, just want to, do things which they shouldn't do lah, which is like, think about suicide and all that. So we wanted to show how, you can actually seek help and just reach out for help. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the very meaningful things that we have done together with TMTV. So do check out TMTV's channel. They have got a lot of good stuff. And I think, Jeremiah, we are also going to probably work on something else coming up soon, right? So I think that one we will announce.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess we will announce that. But it's something meaningful too, to deal with mental health. Trina will be involved in that too. So thanks a lot, Jeremiah.
Thank you for inviting me to this event. Sorry, I'm a bit late.
Thanks.
Yeah, but I'm glad to be able to catch some of it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So the next person that I would like to introduce all of you to is none other than Miss Trina from Guide Dogs Association Singapore. Yeah, so Trina is also a staff at RP. Maybe I'll just maybe leave Trina to maybe share a little bit more about herself and all of the good work she's doing, and also yeah, some thoughts about mental health and so on. Yeah, please go ahead, Trina.
Thanks, Aaron. So basically, when Aaron asked me to come in my capacity as a volunteer with Guide Dogs, I actually spent some time with Guide Dogs to look at how we can make sure society becomes a little bit more inclusive in the work that we do. And also, often we, while we also now becoming more and more aware to look at mental health for people who are in the mainstream, then we also need to bring in issues or mental health issues of persons who are not in the mainstream. So for example, those who are visually impaired. So that's my main work with Guide Dogs. Yeah, so it's good to be here, and it's a pleasure hearing this because I had the opportunity to look at the What a Wonderful World. I also had the opportunity to be part of the Off Center. Yes, and thank you, Jeremiah, for your work. It has been very, very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trina.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Trina, Jeremiah. So maybe maybe Trina, since you're on, would you like to maybe just pose a question you have about the presentations to the green team?
Okay.
Yeah,
so thank you very much to the team for providing a few points, critical points on the event, how it was run, and how it was publicized. Maybe then, based on what you have researched and what you have presented, what do you consider is the main reason for the event not meeting some of the goals, the impact goals? For example, like you were saying that there should be more time spent interacting, increase the interaction with the patients, right? I think that was Nigel. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, so maybe you can help us think what do you think is the main reason for event not meeting the impact goals, and then what can you do about it?
Okay. Thank you, Trina, for your your explanation about yourself. Basically, what we have realized is that in the whole preparation work, right, that the volunteers and the off-center participants actually have 6 hours to spend together with the patients. But we realized that in the 6 hours, right, most of the time they're actually occupied, like they're busy with the logistic and the whole program and the decoration of the room, the costume preparation and all these things. So basically they don't barely have less than an hour of time to interact with the patient. So we reckon that there is this little, or rather there's this gap whereby they don't really have much time to have a close interaction with them. And so that's what we actually we did some countermeasure as a proposal, as in probably all this thing, right, the costume preparation and the decoration can be done before the whole event actually. That means we don't need to squeeze everything within the 5 or 6 hours, right? We rather them to have more time to interact with the patients and to get to know them better, so that the pre and the post survey that we actually did, right, will be according to our expected results. Yeah, that's what
maybe Nigel, yeah. Maybe Nigel, if you don't mind, I just wanted to clarify one point. Okay, so the participants or the volunteers who interacted with patients, they are the ones from What a Wonderful World. For off-center, as you know, there was no actual interaction with any patients, but they actually watched a stage play where people were playing the role, right, of people who were suffering from mental illness. So just wanted to correct that point. Participants who were involved in the off-center, they did not have any interaction with patients. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So that's the thing, that's the thing. We think that all the logistic and the costume and decoration can actually be done much before that. Because all this, you don't need to squeeze everything within the 6 hours. Yeah, so we reckon that the volunteers can have more time with the patient. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else aside? Sorry, yes.
Yeah, I thought maybe I just add on a little bit. Thanks, Trina, for the question. Because I think when we are looking at certain findings and data, I think we are kind of like also doing a bit of sense making, but it will be really useful when it's put together as to the organizing team's observations, and then we can see what will be some of the more practical steps that can be taken. Because I also noticed that there is a orientation program that is actually done for volunteers last year, which is also a new thing that's introduced compared to 2019. So maybe it's more of like, I'm not sure whether all the volunteers are coming in with the same level of basic knowledge and also exposure. If not, maybe it's more for some of those who might need a bit more kind of like either training or briefing preparation work, then they would have the space to do so. And I think for us, we thought two things could work, because if we have more kind of like intention to get them more ready and also have more time, quality time for them to be spending with the resident, then they can maybe build better rapport. And at the same time, because there are also some of the logistics and work that has to be done beforehand, so some of the workshop can be useful in terms of like kind of like hitting two birds with one stone, because some of the IMH staff can also treat it as their kind of like the bonding and also social bonding kind of activities that organizations do organize for their staff. Yeah.
Okay, Varun, I just wanted to also highlight the volunteer orientation program is not new lah. It's just that in the 2019 program, as you know, it was a live event. 2020 was an online event. So this also paralleled how we conducted the volunteer orientation program. In 2019, we actually got the participants to be involved in a sports and health festival, where they were involved in organizing this, and that actually included their face-to-face orientation interaction with patients. Whereas in 2020, because of the COVID situation, we had to reduce interaction. So the volunteer orientation program was conducted by Catherine. Is Catherine here? Oops, okay, Catherine is not here. Okay, never mind. It's conducted by IMH staff Catherine, who was here just now, and it was done online. So that's the difference. We had to look at different ways in which we can still prepare the volunteers, equip them with the necessary knowledge and skills to interact with patients, but reduce the overall participation time because of COVID. Yeah. So that's just what I wanted to highlight. But yeah, thanks so much. Anyone else has any other comments on Trina's question on perhaps how we as organizers could improve the engagement level of participants and patients, and perhaps also improve their or reduce their level of stigma, right, that's associated with mental health. Yeah, anyone else has any other inputs, please feel free to chip in from Green Team. No, anyone? Okay. All right, so maybe if I could now invite Ren, you want to ask some of the operational questions?
Okay, I go on to say, okay, based on the trends that the team has studied among youth, and that the study in Singapore and its on Singapore context, what does the team think is the most crucial aspect of the youth perception on mental health, and which certain I won't say all, certain aspect at the capacity of the organizer would be able to address through volunteer engagement. Then there's another question I want to add will be, this one will be more of the administrative, on the opinion of the team on the cost benefit analysis while conducting the event over Zoom with comparison to the actual live event in 2019. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, yeah, that one partially I'm involved. Yeah. Okay, that's my two questions.
You were involved fully, not partially. Yes.
No. Actual day I'm in Malaysia.
True.
Yes.
Yes, anyone wants to address Rand's questions? So the first one, I believe, is more on the background, more on needs assessment. So perhaps for that first question, maybe Crystal.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to repeat your first question. I didn't quite understood it.
Okay, based on the trends that you have studied, so in the context of in the Singapore context, so what is the most crucial aspect of the youth perceptions on mental health, right? Which the your team or the organizer in the capacity would be able to address and engage the volunteers to address on this perception. Yeah.
Okay, so I think like what I mentioned in my presentation, the driving force of the perception of mental illness among youth is actually the stereotypes in society, because with the lack of mental health awareness, right, the stereotypes are actually mostly negatives. So when youths actually accept that, they actually don't they just feel that like, oh, mental health is a negative thing, like no matter what, it's like something that they wouldn't want to be associated with. Like what I said in the slides, what the program actually can do is actually to build on the awareness by which allowed them to like volunteer in the event itself. So that volunteer work itself was already an eye-opener for some of these youth, because they get to be involved in this situation. Yeah, so not sure if I was answering the question correctly, but yeah.
So
maybe I
okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I think as an organizer, right, how we can maybe impact is, as one part, I think Veron had mentioned in the closing, we talk about engaging influencer to outreach to the message of mental wellness to the general public. But I think because the outreach was low, right, so for this part, right, maybe this is exactly what we could have worked on to spread the messages of mental wellness across to more people. Yeah. Ron, you have something, is it?
Yeah, actually I wanted to add on to this, because I find that mental wellness issue might not be like, I mean, although it's complex and also multi-layer, I think a lot of things starts from being more aware, and I just thought one way for I think for the youth and also the younger folks, right, it is really to share the stories and experiences with them, because if they were to hear directly from someone who went through, it can be something like anxiety attacks. Actually, all these are actually mental wellness related issues, and then those personal encounters and anecdotes, I think it will be very close to heart, you know, because they do hear from a different type of experiences, but I think this is probably one that is lesser known. Yeah, so I've come across also like a series on my grandfather's story. I think they talk about can say meh, you know, that kind of topic, like taboo topics that usually people dare not talk about. Yeah, so those can really kind of like hit home a lot more and kind of like bring out the awareness. So I think then it starts to open them up into, you know, accepting. So like what Crystal talked about, the issue of stereotyping, because we stereotype because most of the time we lack awareness about something and then we kind of like simply categorize it. Yeah.
Actually, a bit about from my side is I still feel that the current in the today market, right? Basically, we don't really have a lot of education to the public, to the society, especially to the youngsters on this mental health issue. So I reckon that social media we can go stronger on social media on that. Like the campus, the campus community, that thing that we're supposed to do. And for myself, actually went through the whole thing, right? I find that it really changed my perception on this mental illness. But the thing is that I find that this kind of education is not really done extensively in Singapore. So probably we can actually look in the social aspect, right? The social marketing aspect, whereby we can actually put in more of such kind of communication in youngsters' social platform, like the IG, which a lot of youngsters are actually using right now to put it in. So I think this will help actually.
Maybe I just add on. We could also might tag along a parent support group in across the various educational sector, because actually in educational sector a lot of mental wellness literacy kind of program are going on right now. But so maybe this campus to community inside actually have a lot of wonderful videos. I mean, I even shared with my son when I go through the videos, because I just simply find that it's actually quite related to them. So through this kind of parent support group outreach, maybe it's also a way organizer can reach out to a wider audience. And some more is with the supervision of the parents, I think it works even better.
Yep. Okay. I think most of you quite hit on the target, and I would assure you on your next semester, your sports psychology, applied social psychology will have a lot of this thing coming in, but more on the athletes' mental health and awareness. Yeah, which is a little bit differ from this type of mental health, but still quite close. You can apply everything. On the second question.
ROI, right? So Helmi,
yes.
you want to take on that question? The second question about ROI of a live event versus Zoom or online event. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on the difference, and can this Zoom event be adequately justified?
Okay. So my thoughts on the having a physical event and online event. Firstly, Zoom is a streaming platform which is free, and for the budget for this event, which is 3,800, then the expenses used is 3,552, right? So they save a lot on money. For example, using a Zoom event, it's targeted a richer, wider of audience, because due to the COVID restriction, you cannot have a physical event. Then secondly, saving on concert venue, you don't need to rent on the venue, IMH, MPH. Then rental of equipment. So just using a Zoom platform, you need a laptop, a handphone, a green screen. Then for the ward decos and the fashion event, they use recycle materials from the previous event brought forward to be used for this event. So it saves money not only on the venue, on the streaming platform, but also the materials used to decorate this event to make it more lively. Then the save on the cost of hiring performers. So the performers volunteer themselves. By having a physical event, so they have to come down to the event and save on transportation also. And the return on investment for me doesn't have to be in money, come back in monetary terms. So for example, I had an event before, Sports Day. I invited kids from the orphanage and some from the homes. So my return on investment, usually I don't consider money. So I invest some money for the budget to hold the event, but I want in return, the return of investment is the kids, they improve their social and emotional well-being also. And also they mix with other students from the school and they make friends, they improve their overall well-being. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Helmi. I think, Ren, you have one more last question for Radia.
Hi, Radia. Long time no see.
Yeah.
My question here is, with all the risks being so-called fish out, what additional measures or so-called what precautionary measures that your team or you can recommend for as a safety instructions prior to the event, and how should the committee go into ensuring such instructions is being carried out, and at the same time minimize the possibility of injuries to the lowest possible level?
Okay, so probably during the briefing or even before the event happens, the organizers can actually send a soft copy of risk management to the participants, to the volunteers and the staff, to be aware of what are the potential risks that they have to watch out. Low risk, the pointer of number 6 to number 10, low risk doesn't mean that there's no risk. So that means that actually for example, the activity on bingo, you might say that it's just a bingo card maybe, but then minor things like paper cut might still occur. So what we can do is just to keep on emphasizing and reiterating that doing events have to be held safely. Yeah, so I hope I got your question.
I have something to add on as well. The safety instructional, probably you can actually print out like hard copies, like notices, and place in the
walkway.
compound. Yeah, the walkway, and to remind, especially we can actually do like what Radha said. We can actually do a short discussion with them, not discussion, but a orientation to tell them, not orientation, but exactly just a briefing to tell them about all this instruction. And I think it's still the hard copy that is pasting on the wall to remind them as and when inside the compound, which I think that is very important, because human beings tend to be forgetful, and yeah, we can't depend on our brain so much. So it's best through visual. That's what my add-on.
Yeah, and I believe that posters about wearing masks and keeping hands clean, using hand sanitizers are all being in place at the center.
My suggestion, because it's online, I would add on for the organizer will be actually to take pictures of so-called layout with the volunteers as the dummies, to show the so-called the distance they want to be apart, to easily shown how far apart all the furnitures or the safety equipments or the props are. That is easier, because pertaining to the audience or the participant that we are involving in, they need visual. The words doesn't actually put in too much for them, so the visual will help more for them.